We'll find out if you guys can hear me. So we're going to continue working on the map system today because I'm finding it interesting to do. So before the stream started, I actually did work like I always claim that I'm going to, but never actually end up doing. So I just added the icon prefix as something that my little macro script will be able to yank from the game assets. So it just, UI icons, and it just says the prefix icon ICO. It pulls that out, and so we go over here and we go icons. And so it pulls out the camp icon, the new item, the old item, the search, and then like the tracking icons. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to go about doing that, because what I'm thinking is that it's going to have to be like a in the game kind of thing, because I don't think I can make this part of the crate. I do like the idea of making it part of the crate. Also, is the stream fucking working? I cannot fucking tell. YouTube, are you okay, YouTube? YouTube doesn't seem to think the stream is doing anything. Connect your encode. Okay. All right, now it's doing something. Okay, cool. So, like, my thinking is that, like, I effectively need each item inside the map. Let's run my code to do it so its own kind of thing, basically. When we open up this. So because the like rummaging around and stuff is like so specific to this game, it's not really something I can add to my Hexagon system without like basically making my Hexagon system super specific. But what I do like the idea of is making them maybe props of the tiles. So the idea is that the tile underneath can have like slots. Maybe. And so each slot would be like this corner, that corner, this corner, that corner, this corner, that corner. Not entirely sure how it would work. But I mean, if you do that, then like when you place the player on a hexagon, like you would say that actually they are in like position 0 of the hexagon. So that feels like something I should do, because that feels like something that, like, by giving it a coordinate system-y thing, I can like use the hexagons to maybe be able to look up like specific cells. So like similar how I have a rotation, which is that like you can have these are the only rotations that exist for a hexagon. We could say have like positions inside of a hexagon, and then have like a sequence of slots where each point is calculated somehow. I'm not entirely sure how I'd go about it, but it does feel like kind of the correct way about doing it. So we have rotation, and so I guess inside of map it would be like mod slot. So then we have a map slot, and you'd be like enum hexagon slot, and then we would have corner 0, corner 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, center. So this would be corner 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So something like that, where effectively like you can, which way you put center, get rid of 0, make 0 6, because then it becomes center is equal to 0, 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then I don't know if I'd want a custom to say like you could actually specify other locations within inside of the hexagon, but the idea is that we have to make this public. home, pub. Okay, brain. Oh god, what is going on here? Hexagon slot. And then we need to be like pub and offset. So offset's obviously going to take in self, but also a style. Somewhere, I'm sure there is Hexagon style. Not under rendering, is it? So there's a rotation. So your Z is came from the style. There it is. So it's a hex map style. Cell size and pointy. Okay. You need to be a reference, just like that. And then you return a vec2, I think, because again, like we want to save Z. Why is my IDE not working like at all? Like it's formatting, it's just not doing anything. What's your problem? And like match. Self, and then like to do. So we have to use the Bevy preload. Something like that. There you go. All right, so you can call offset, and then that offset will give you a vec2. At the moment, we're not using the style, but that's to be expected, to be honest. We use map, which means that we to go back to like map here and say we have hex cell, and then we're going to say use I guess like pub use slot hex slot. Something like that. I like the idea of the player being able to go to different slots. I don't know how to calculate the corners, so corner 1. We need to be like maybe something like const offset point table, which is going to be an array of vec2 by 6. Right. So the pointy table would be vec2 new. The x is going to be 0 and the y is let's go find our triangle thing, our hexagon thing, and go like, there's definitely a way to calculate where the points of a hexagon are. Yeah, okay, so pointy top, so that's size. It's very much not size, but anyway. The pointy top hexagons is, I guess it's 0.5. Then it would be the next one is width is greater to 3 divided by 2. I don't know if I have that somewhere else. I'm sure I do, because it's part of like how you calculate the positions. in like here. Surely, like, you're the one that uses like the square root of 3 over 4. Square root 3 over 2 times positive y. All right, so that would be under cells, maybe. Or I bring them all up a layer and say that they're like up here. Right, then you just like use super. And that should make you work now. And then you can do the same thing where you can use super. Like so, and then that should give us access to vector 2, please, not vex. Vex 2. So you were it doesn't like whatever I've done. That t equals if style dot pointy self offset pointy table 0, else offset flat table. So the flat table, and the flat table is just gonna for now be vec2 0 by 6. So why can you not see it? Did I type crate? No, I did super. Why can you not why can you not see the square root of 3 over 2? Why is it just not a thing that you can see? And then your y position. So if that's half, that's 1, that's just 0.25. I guess if 0 is the center. So then it would be that one, but it would be negative half. You're negative quarter. And then it's these two, but flip this to negative, and then flip the ordering of those because it would be the negative one, then the positive one. Okay. Mismatch type, expected vec2 found nothing. So you get that, and then it's style dot cell size times t. Right. Well, I mean, the smarter thing to do would actually be to put this one at the bottom so that we can do that, and then we can say A. Then we just say this. We say let I equals A as size U size. Assert debug assert I is less than 6. And then you just return I. You return I. then we multiply I, and then we just go, okay, cool. Right, so that's the position. So it's straight up. So these are the pointy top triangles, and we need flat top triangles. And the flat top triangles are a little bit more skewy withy because they are top triangles. So the flat top ones are so your 0 quarter width. Okay. It's effectively the same set of triangles, except that it's a half a height. But what do you say that a height is? A height, okay, so height's the square root of 3. So half the square root of 3. All right, so just go ahead, copy this whole thing. Paste the whole thing here. Okay, so your x position for this triangle is half the square root of 3, and then a quarter of the width. I guess that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Because like, trying to think if the hexagons share. No, maybe. So wait, no, half your height. Your y is half your height, which is the y is the square root of 3. And 1/4 of a step. And that's just 2 times size. It's just a quarter. Because I'm going to say size is 1. Anyway, so that, and then the next one would be y of 0 and 0.5x. And then you're the same as this one, but invert the y. And then you're the same as this one, but invert the x. Okay, you're the same as. I think I doubled that one. Right, but then invert the x, so you're negative x, and then the final one is you, but invert the y. Oh, I did it again. I doubled it. All right, and then like negative. Okay. I think that should work because it's square root of 2 over 2 and then a half and a half and a half. And a... Right, so I guess we go back to the game and we calculate something that's like so I guess it'd be in map. And so we've got map tiles, but then we want to go like mod loot. Looting, I guess. I don't know what it'd be called. Looting. So we go here and we like pub struct loot. Can loot, maybe, I don't know. Let's make it simple for now. I'm just going to say it has nothing. And this is a derive component. We have to use the Bevy prelude. Right, something like this. And then we want to be like, we could do on add. So the on add, how do we do this? Hello, welcome to the stream. Sorry if I missed your message a little bit, I was distracted. So I kind of want to do something like component on add equals self add icon, something like that, and then be like impl 10 loot, and then be all like fn on add icon, which takes this in and then doesn't return anything, and takes in deferred world, so world deferred. So we have deferred world and a CTX, which is a book context. Like that. So that gives us this information. We then come in here and we go, okay, so we know what cell you are. And then we just go like, style equals. Ooh, this is the hard part, because technically the style is dependent on what cell we are currently setting ourselves into, isn't it? On something. Let hex type choose extend image. Because I'm pretty sure the exact style we use depends on like the actual hex map. That's interesting. We do have the fallback one, so I think we just use the fallback one for now. Because again, it's more stuff for like later when I want to do a fancy thing. So I gotta remember where the fuck we were. That was map looting. Right. So style equals world.get is it resource, something like that, and then that, and then go here and go, okay, so this resource is the fallback style. So this is my fallback style. Let style, fallback style, right. And then we need something. So we need to take the fallback style, we need to apply, we need to spawn the icon. So we need to be like, world.commands spawn. I think we want to spawn a scene, because that makes it so much easier to be like, let icon equals BSN. And then we can just declare the scene, and then we can just go icon. And then the scene gets to do fancy things like being a child of CTX dot does it actually work? No way. There's no way that this implements like as hook or something, or as entity or some kind of fancy ass fucking thing. No way. I'm just assuming it's not working yet. Anyway, so this is open world. Somewhere there we go. There it breaks. So right. So you spawn in your child of root. Then we have to go something like Are you complaining because you're somehow I don't know what you said. If I drop style. No. Where is it being borrowed? Oh, wait, no, it's just saying that I can't call it mutably because I never actually declared it as being able to be called mutably. There you go. Right, so we have this, and then we need to go something along the lines of sprite. Image. And then we just pass in that, and that's going to be UI / icons / what is it called? UI icons called search.png. Right, so we need your transform. From translation, something like that. Then I need to pass in. So this is it's yelling at me and saying it needs at least an argument, which is to say Hexagon's prelude I don't remember what I called it. Something. Map. Called slot. Okay. Hex slot. Hexagon slot. So you're going to go into the top left, which would be slot 5. Dot offset, and then we pass in style. And then I guess dot extend with the Z of like 10. Okay, lifetime may not live long enough. Okay, so fuck you, we're gonna say let call that, which then gives us that, which then gives us that. Whoops. Right. So you put you in the position 5, we're going to give you like an offset of 5, so it's basically always on top. We make you a child of the actual tile. We give you this sprite, and then we set your transport figure in the top right corner there, and then we spawn you. Okay, that's pretty good. Then we can come back to our like wherever our map generation stuff is. I don't actually know where that happens. Who the hell's in charge of spawning them? Oh, this is because we're inside Hexagons. That obviously Hexagons is not in charge of spawning the map. So there's open world. On request new run. Okay, spawn map. Whatever that is. Right, spawn map. So that's interesting. So you give it a name, you give it a hex type. Okay, so let some hex type generates samples, else continue. So the hex type here, I guess we can say like if hex type dot can loot. So I guess we say something like let tile equals this. And cut that, and then we come down here and we say, hey, if you can loot, then tile.insert can loot. Right. So you're saying that the hex tiles don't have a can loot functionality. That's fine. Sample. No, wrong type of sample. Oh, wow. Hex type. And these are all my hex types. Okay, and then fn can loot. It's interesting because I could actually do it inside the hex tile anyway. Can loot, which just returns a boolean, and this is a something self like that, and with like match self. Oh god, there's like 29 of them. So you knew of false. Sand is false, grass is. So grass, forest hills. I forget the end. Grass, forest hills, town lab, city ruins, cabin, city. I don't think city can. end, that these all be or. They're all true. So I don't think you can loot sand. You can't loot slums. I'm gonna say everything else can't be looted. So we're just gonna go like select all this. Go here. Go like. I guess that's the trick. So it's snow underscore false. Right. So everything else is a false, which means it's snow plane. So power plant, mental institute, fairgrounds, isotope mine, strange zom, black swamp can. I don't know if the lake can because swamp can, I think. Hill spring can, I think. So take those up there. The castle wall definitely can't. The slum and slum warehouse, I don't think so. I'm going to comment them out because I'm like, maybe. Building ruins, unsure. Actually, I think building ruins probably can. I guess we'll know because when we opened up, it's just gonna it's gonna put this icon on every single one of them, which means that effectively, like, we will know. Right. So castle. So none of those are going to be done. None of the roads can be done. Now I think the lake, the plain, and that these are all also, you know, board. And then move above and save that. And we just go, okay, so this one says or, and we go there, and we just put you here, and we go here, and we go save, and save. So did I not move all of them above? Sorry, all of them go above. You go or, and then you go away. There you go. So it's all of these are true. Everything else is false. For can loot, and then when we gen this, is there a new tile? So this should result in, I guess when we spawn in, basically saying, like, if it's a lootable tile, it'll be lootable, which if we go to the game, like... So these ones are saying they have items, not that they are lootable. But not everything is lootable, which is a little bit strange with how I've got it set up, but anyway. So all of these buildings would have had, like, lootable icons on them, and that's what this is basically going to do if it works properly, is effectively say if it's any of the not canonical buildings, it will be lootable. I think some of the canonical buildings are also lootable, but that's more of a like side effect of the fact that, like, I want to say the like the cryo lab is lootable, but the idea is that for testing purposes, we're just going to have a can loot functionality. But in the actual thing, yeah, so like every single fucking grass plane is lootable. But if we go to somewhere like the dark, dense forest, I think shouldn't be lootable. No, okay, dense forest. You're not actually supposed to be able to walk in the dense forest. But as you can see, like, these tiles aren't lootable. It's also, like, in the wrong spot because it's... I actually have no idea what spot it's sitting on. I think it's sitting on, so this point. So 0, so it's probably 6 that we want it to be on. So it's here. So however we did that, like looting, it's actually 0.6. So that was like dense forest is a no for looting. I don't think you're supposed to be able to loot the dense forest. So we need to track down where our like hex type comes from. Go down here and be like, okay, so it's forest, black swamps. So grass, forest, hills, mountain, town, lab, because that's the cryo lab. City, ruins, cabin, building ruins, lake, hill spring, hill, back swamp, and city. So, what's it? City. The city and city ruins. I think city is probably also supposed to be false, because I think city is inside of the Detroit walls. Interesting. Interesting. Right, so as you can see, like for some reason, this piece of slums is looking. First up, let's come over here and make sure that it's actually putting it inside of the cell. Apparently, these swamps aren't livable. No, okay. So that means that it is spawning like one cell above where it's supposed to be, which is kind of odd, if you ask me. But anyway. All right, let's pop this open and go, because it's in the right spot, just one tile too high. So let's find one. World map. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna go like to your sprite and scroll right down. Annoyingly, there are so many versions of the sprite because of the whole how color, like, because there's like 60 odd fucking variants. I'm just gonna set your color to like bright red. I still need to fix that thing so that it doesn't let you zoom in indefinitely. Alright, yeah, so that's that. Alright. I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna go down here. Okay, so you are the cell that we're looking at. And you have this icon here, and then like where is this icon actually located? Transform. So you got negative, so this was right, negative 27. But you got 40 when you should have been effectively 0. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe I need to give the 40 is way too high. But it's got something to do with the fact that these tiles are actually like way higher than they appear. I guess it would probably be negative 30. I don't actually know. This seems like the correct location to actually have the icon placed. Like it's literally being placed one tile, like an entire tile too high. It's like the perfect spot for it, except that it's one tile too high. So I guess 5 is correct. Was correct. So put it at 5, please, wherever that happens to be. Go U, right? Alright, so my thinking is it's probably just the wrong corner, so we can probably just set the anchor point to the right spot. So if we just flip the anchor to being not the center of that, wherever, like, so if we just grab, because again, I know it's this particular one, we want to go world map, this tile, this item. If I rotate you rotate around the center of yourself, which is incorrect. I want your so it's basically like here is where it's placed it. If I set, I don't think you have, oh, you do have an anchor. Your anchor is at 0, 0. Okay, you stay the same. Can we set your rotation back to 0? This is your X. If I said like negative 0.5, negative 1. All right. So it's just hard code that in because I'm lazy, and we're just gonna say anchor new, and then it's vec2 new negative 1.25, 0. Oh, it's just that then. All right. Right. -125. Yeah. So that should put all of the things in the right spot. And again, because this is specific to my game, I'm just gonna hard code it because I really can't be fucked. Because like that's definitely the right spot for it. Ish, kind of. It's not really, but again, we'd have to like move. I'm just. I don't think it matters, but I'm concerned to move away from like the safety of the thing while I'm. Come on, you gotta find something lootable. Bastard, climb up the hill. Now I've got hypothermia because I think I left my sleeping. Oh, I got my sleeping bag. Move here. Drop the sleeping bag so we can fucking rest and not freeze to death. There we go. Oh, actually, it's apparently the bottom corner. So not only is it supposed to be smaller, it's supposed to be in that bottom corner. All right, we can try the bottom corner. I don't think the bottom corner is going to work, but that would be corner 4. All right, so this should put the icons in a better spot, I guess. So the loot one's supposed to be at the bottom. Okay. I mean, it actually kind of worked reasonably well. So again, we just need to like reset the icon's position and work out like where we want to offset it so that it actually is the right spot. I'm gonna go like here, and I'm gonna go visibility. Oh, visibility. Right, anchor. So put it there, which means we just need like 0. Okay, -1. It feels too big, to be honest, but that might just be how it is in the game. And it's only because I can zoom right in, so maybe. So like effectively lines up like exactly on the edge. So yeah, -125 on the Y is where it's supposed to be. Something like that. Right, so that should just put the icon in the correct spot now. Doesn't really do anything. I want to look at the map data and see if there's anything like. So this is the actual map data. This is, I think. Wait, no. And this is. Something tells me this is the RNG, but I don't know why. Just something feels like this is the like the mapped RNG, for some reason, and then this is the actual map. So Detroit's down here somewhere with a bunch of like numbers all clustered together with these 20s, right? Because my thinking is that it's possible that these 10s and these 11s are saying like these are high loot zones, but we expect like a cluster of zeros over here, which we don't see. So I don't actually know what this does at all. But we may have to start a new map, new game a few times and like run around and see like what are the odds that a building is of a certain type. Because we obviously need to add loot to tables or something somehow. Ta-da. Okay, so now everything is lootable, but like we obviously need a probabilistic loot chance. Also, is this really just forests? I'm sure this is supposed to be like dark forest, but anyway. I mean, we actually have the map, so we can have a look. Map. So 15, 15, 29, 15, 7, 7. Some kind of 3. I think it's these 36s. 4. No, it's not those. Ah, this is the cryo lab here. So it probably is these 315s. I know there's a bunch of 4s up here. So these 4s around a 26. No, there's only one 26 though. There's a 5. Nine. This has got to be Zom, because there's 7, 7, 15, 20. Yeah, this is Zom. Which means that these 4s, because it's 4 as a forest, with the 26, because that means that there's another unique building over here somewhere. I remember what the 26 is. 36 is grass. 26 is something surrounded by forests. 3, 3, 4. No, something else over here is surrounded by forests. Probably to the lake. So it's up and to the right of the lake, would be my guess. That lake, I reckon, is the 4s. Yeah, up here. Okay. Yeah. So it is just surrounded by forests, so which means that it is just actually lootable. Okay. It's a bit odd. Anyway, so there's some kind of probability that we need to roll that these actually end up being lootable, but anyway. I wonder if there's a loot table somewhere. So we have attack modes, Bard Hexagons, battle moves, camp types. That's fun. Charge profile. Oh, this is like batteries. Conditions, container types. Fine, course, skill, encounter, camps, fireproof. Right. Creatures, creature sources, data files. Oh, this is like, okay. DMC places. Right, that's different stuff. Encounters, encounter triggers. This seems like fun. Hex types. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Blank. Chance. So this is literally just a nothing. Okay. Encounter triggers. Walk into cryo. Date minimum, date maximum. Wow, I didn't actually know there was like limits on this. Good. First to nightfall. ID 3. Encounter ID 23. Chance of 1, so I'm assuming that's guaranteed. Local basic, data basic. Location based, false. Date based, true. So this triggers somewhere. Hex based, false. So unique, both unique, AI passable, true. Okay. So this is saying that when you enter the hexagon, that is the... So 1000 Aussie is the start date, day 1, so it must be hour 22. So when it second it enters that, that's an interesting way of doing it. Reach DMC gate, found hidden lake, reach. Oh. Return to cryo, which happens when you go to 16. Assuming that's, yeah, 2160. Yep. Okay, so this literally like once you get back, which is then AI passable, it's also unique. It's cool. Factions, forbidden hexagons. These are just, I guess, hexagons you're not allowed to walk onto. Fine. Game invaders. Such a weird way of storing this in a database. My assumption is this is for modding reasons, is that this is just all stored in a database. Headlines, that's newspapers, hex types. So the terrain cost is obviously the cost to move. So the name is sand. Okay, flat grassland. So terrain cost is 1 to move. Vision limiter, vision increaser. So this is how much it changes your vision by, because forest limits your vision to 2. Treasure ID 7. So I think that's probably what we're looking for, is the treasure ID, because the treasure ID is going to be like one of these other tables, probably the treasure table, and that's going to tell us like the odds that it has loot, I would assume. So passable is whether we can move on or not. Scavenge, initial ID. Scavenge items ID per hour, 28. So this is the initial loot value of a forest, I'm assuming, and then this is the like amount that a forest will increase its loot per hour. Maybe. 29, 28, okay. Camp icons is saying the icons that appear when you hit a camp light level. So I'm assuming this is like dawn, day, dusk, night. It's like a multiplier about how far the player can see. Default camp ID is 219, which is different to its camp icon. Okay. Min range, max range. I wonder what these ranges are about. And then condition ID. They don't have condition IDs. That's interesting. Do any of them have condition ID? That one does. Who are you? Tent City Bazaar. Okay, so I bet that's to do with the fact that that's like if this one's the other nope, Great Blacks. Oh, okay. So this is probably some additional trigger that happens. So the bazaar is that it's a building that you can trade with, whereas the Black Swamps, like they poison you if you go there without like respirators and stuff. And they're the only two with special stuff. Okay, okay. Ingredients. Fire source, kindling, medium fire, fuel, water, no chemical, water purified pill. Okay, interesting. Item properties. Easy ignitable, optical zoom. So these are special. This is interesting. Okay. Item types. So ID, group ID 5. I don't know what the group ID would be, but it's interesting. Subgroup ID 3. Okay, so it's probably got something to do with it being a backpack. Image usage 10000. Image list. Plastic bag, shopping bag stored. Sprite list is creature, item, bag, plastic left, creature, item, bag, plastic right, and back. Okay, that's interesting. So 20, 21, and 22 are probably the slots that it can be equipped in. So if it's in 22, then it's left. If it's in 21, it's right. That's cool. Weight, okay. Monetary value. Alternative 0. Okay, durability is 1. Degrades per hour 0. Oh, okay. So the durability is, it's not very strong, I guess. I don't know, 1. It doesn't degrade if it's not being used, but if it's equipped, it'll degrade by that much per hour. Degradation per use, it doesn't get used. Degrade treasure IDs 3 and 3. It's interesting. Equip conditions, possible conditions, use conditions, capacities, equip slots. So you can put it into 22, which is the back slot, 20, which is the left hand, 21 is the right hand. Okay. Properties, so it has these properties. It can contains IDs. Mirrored. Treasure treasure ID. Interesting. This feels like a fun thing to try and pull out of the and into like an actual format that's easy to read instead of just being indexes. Sounds. Q, bag, plastic. Okay, so that's the map. Here's the recipes. Recipes would be fun. Medium campfire lit. String consumed 1x2 plus 2x3. Okay. Number N treasure F hours. First hidden ID identify transfer components. Also try temp treasure ID is 3. Okay, small campfire lit, medium campfire lit. Consume 1x2. And this is 1x2 plus 1 2x1x3. So I'm assuming it's one of number 3. Okay, anyway. Treasure table is what we actually care about. Treasure table ID. Plains idle loot. I mean, at least they have fucking names for it. That's fun. So A treasures. 417 times, it's got to be a probability, times 1 minus 3. Is it 1, 2, 3? Okay. B nested, suppressed, identify. Okay, so cryo facility control, console and a window. So there's a 95% chance. No. 90.5 times 1.0. $90.1 times 1.0 times 1 minus 1. It's got to be the number that can spawn, since 1 to 3 items of loot can spawn. 1 to 3 items. This is probably the table. This is the probability, and then this is the number of items, 1 to 3. So then that's what this is saying, that it's 90.5, 100% chance, and 1 to 1 item spawn, which is why it's cryo facility, console, and window. It's guaranteed that the window and the console will spawn. This is 0 times 0 times 0, which is blank, apparently. Cryo facility window, which is 90.1, so cryo facility window, times 1 times 1. Treasure table, medical kit. So, okay, so this has got to be the stuff that can spawn in the medical kit, which is 90.2 with 100% chance of 1 item. Whatever this 90. This loot table has a 100% chance of spawning 1 item from it. This table has a 0.5% chance of spawning an item. This table, which is a different table, has a 100% chance of spawning 1. So there's a 50% chance it spawns an additional item. So it can spawn up to 3 items by looking at that. Nested, I'm assuming, means that when it spawns a medical kit, the nested is in saying that like these items are spawned inside of this particular thing. Okay, so this treasure table, urban idle loot, 418 times. So it's whatever 418 is. It tries it at 80% 1 to 3 items, 40% 1 to 3 items, 20% 1 to 3 items. Now, does 418 turn up again? My assumption is 418 is a loot table somewhere. Rubble. Junk stores. Starting inventory. But what is this 418? Abandoned office tower has a 100% chance of spawning 4 to 11 items. Yeah. Random urban junk is... Okay, so that's another table. So then this would be 3 with a small probability of spawning 1 to 1. 3. What a weird way of doing it. Alright, so I want to go something like copy. So degraded plastics lead with strap. So this must be every single item. Hence, when you get down to here. So what is this 3 then? Blank. So are you saying that there's a tiny % chance that you'll spawn blank? No, because it says 3 point something. What is this 4.0? 10 dirty rags, 4 shoes, and pants up, and a bottle of purified water and blanket. All right, so this makes it pretty easy to tell what's going on to a certain extent. So there's 4.0 is dirty rags. I needed like a notepad or something. I got obsidian. So just like open up a new note. Okay, so we're gonna go 4.0 equals rag. 420 has to equal shoes. So, because what I'm concluding is that the fact that, like, first off, this is just written out here, the saying. So there's 7 to 10, and that's why it's like 10 dirty rags. It's like, well, okay, so the only thing that can be is this. And it says 4 sets of shoes, which is the 2 to 4, so it has to be that one. So 420, I'm going to assume it's still going in order, which is pants is 400. 421 is pants. P water equals for the other way. Now, this could be part of their serialization that it's actually just saying 4 and not it's not actually saying 4 point. It's just that, like, when the number is below a certain amount. No, because it says 90.23, so it's definitely using the decimal for some kind of representation. All right, so pants, bottle of purified water, and blankets. All right, so the purified water is 101.3, because that's where the the purified water, so it's 196 is the purified water. The blankets equals 101.3, which is interesting because that maybe it's a durability, so it's saying that it's 100% chance that there are no, because I don't think the rags have conditions, so. But I think it could be 101.3 is saying that the blankets are in condition 3. Okay, and then 101. So it's guaranteed to spawn. Oh, one of them. Okay. Yeah. So nested, suppressed, and identify. Huh. Evil 10.1. Evil 10.2. Campfire and lighter. 97.0 times 1 times 1, 39.0. So my assumption is potentially that 19.2 is saying that that's actually item 90, and if it returned a float, I guess we can go up to treasure and see what the treasure actually says it is. So ID is a 3-digit integer. String is a name. Treasure is text. Damn it. Nested is so these are Boolean values. Auto increment. So this is plans idle treasure 417. So let's just have a look at like what is 420? Random footwear. Okay, so that makes sense. So right, so random footwear. 4. I suspect that it's actually going to be under like item properties. Right, first off, let's search in here for characterization. We want to say rag. It's makeshift rag shoe. So dirty rag. So 135 equals 135 equals dirty rag. So what I'm thinking is that this is called dirty rag, but it also returns 4.0, which implies that the 4.0 is probably the item. So when it's like point something, it's actually returning the item. And then after the decimal point probably also indicates some kind of information. So we're going to continue looking at the rags. So we have a dirty rag. Then there was like this one's called dirty rags. So dirty rag returns 1, dirty rags returns 4, and it's a different. So I'm going to say that. I can't duplicate it in my obsidian. So this is dirty rags for 4 times 4.0 times 1 times 4. Right. So then there's clean rag, and so clean rag is 4.2, which is interesting. That's good information because 4.2 equals clean rag, because clean rag being 4.2 implies that boiled clean rag times 2 is still 4.2. So 4.2 is clearly the boiled clean rag times 3. Okay, so something about 2 rags and a stick. So I'm definitely starting to feel like if it's got a decimal point, it means that if it's a float, then it's an item that it's returning. If it's not a float, it's a look up other items thing. Like this 111.4 is saying that this is 111 point and item, like sub item 4 or something. 50.6, which is a makeshift rag shoe. Tattered rag shoe. So this returns a rag up to 4 rags. But this will return 4 rags. So I reckon that we've looked through all the rags in the treasure, which means that since rag never turned up and 4.0, I don't think, like 4.0, I don't think it's going to turn up anywhere except like where we're spawning rags. Yeah, so they only turn up in the actual rag section, which means that it's most likely to say not item types. I reckon if we look up rag, right, so item group 4, 0, which is our 4.0. Group 4, sub 0. And then I bet if we find clean rags, which will be like, so dirty rags, item slot100.png, slot101.png. These are like equipped. Sprite lists. Right. So images in your inventory sprite is okay. That's good to know. Storage shed, clean rags. So, ooh, that's interesting because clean rags is 90 sub item group. Okay. So we have to go back up to top here and say cond ID equals 1. Equip slots. Switch IDs. Stack limit sounds. Mirrored treasure ID. Format ID. So it has to be 4.0. But that's the thing is, it makes sense if 4.0 is the item group and then the subgroup 4.0. But clean rags went 4.2, which confuses me. What the hell is 4.2 then? So this is the storage shed, which doesn't work. Clean rags. Clean rags is 90 and 80, and I don't see anywhere that says 4. Degrade treasure index IDs. Degrade per use. Properties as 86. Treasure index 0. Format ID is 4. We're looking at something like 4.2. Which means that the clean rags aren't clean rags, which doesn't make any sense to me. This is storage locker, clean rags, clean rags, clean rags. Whoop, these are just random words that are turning up clean. Sorry. Wait. Why can't I get rid of the, thank you. There's 4 instances of clean rags. This one is 4.2. What's the other one? It's 200. What? So this is an encounter clean rags, but there it is, 4 and 2. That is a very bizarre. So use conditions. So I'm assuming, like, I'm starting to recognize a lot of things. 100 equals 164 is probably saying that slot 100 needs to be bleeding. Slot 211 is probably one of the faces. I don't know. I do like the idea of writing a parser for this that's going to parse it into something that can actually be fucking used. Okay. So these are the item types, and there's item properties. Radioactive. Radioactive. Okay. So these are just numbers associated with values. That shouldn't be too hard to parse. Small, medium. Sleeping bag. Focusing lens or reflector. Sunlight. Battery. Blue jeans. Why is this its own property? Okay, ingredients. So string required properties 3. flame source. What is property 3? Igniter. Kindling. Interesting. Okay, item type. I do like the idea of it just reading this and like spitting it out as a fucking thing. So the treasure table, we probably want to do item types first. Maybe I'm fucking. Well, the issue with item types is they have so much bullshit attached to them. So I guess the trick to that would be to go down to our example thing here. Go here and go up, 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 up. And we go, when we create all the files, can we say assets, image. Okay, so you create all the folders and then this is the same thing. Image. All right, let's fix this up and go const so dot slash asset slash image slash. Right, that's the root path. And then you become this, and you become image root path. Like so. So I'm gonna say that you just become creatures, and then that would mean that you just become destination. And you also just become destination. And then it's inside of that we format within here. And then we go copy if, and we go image root path. Image root path, destination, and then slash name. Well, I guess we'd put a slash there, and then we'd come up here and remove the slash from there. And then you'd become slash there. Right. So when I run this, it's going to make a new folder. It should. It'll work. I mean, it should have. It apparently didn't. What's your problem? So you are panicking here. Cannot make the file specified. Create dir all, thank you. Run that, and then that should not crash. There we go. And now it has images, which then has creatures items. Right. So creatures is to be deleted. Items gets to be deleted. tiles gets to be deleted. Because it should just be the same thing. Just okay, so traits gets to be its own thing, and then UI gets to be deleted. Well, maybe not, because this stuff's not being pulled out of UI. Right. So that should then collapse all the images into there, which is going to break some of their stuff, mostly because like now it has to be like it's inside of images. Fine. Let's search for .png png, thank you, closing quote, and go okay. So I don't know what you're doing. You should still work because you're not loading. Okay, so then you're apparently you're loading the like a root one anyway. So this is image slash creatures, image slash tiles. None of these are being used, which is somewhat concerning. Anyway, image slash. Right, so we can like find all instances of this and replace it with image slash. Let's go to this one first and then do it. Wow. Fuck you. The trick is that you should still exist. Apparently you don't, but you should. It confuses me. Anyway. .png. Alright, so then we got all those done, and then your image slash, and then these ones all use the root path anyway, so they're not actually touching it. That's fine. So now when I rerun the game, it should all still work now. I mean, it'll pretty easily tell me which ones I'm missing. Just, you know, oh, hello, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So everything's still loading. Everything. Wow, it couldn't find the UI. Path not found. UI menu help.png. You're saying okay, so assets image UI. Assets img UI menu. Oh, menu and buttons didn't work. Why did menu and buttons not work? Probably because it's not doing it recursively properly. I don't know. That's obviously an issue with here. It just didn't extract them properly. So what do you pass in? You pass in menu. It must be that it needs to be like menu slash, maybe. So we get this, and then we put the slash, and then we get the whatever you pass in, and we'll stick. It's got a slash on either end of whatever we pass in. So we get slash menu, either side of menu, which means that I think you actually become UI slash menu because it's not relative; it's the root, and then you'd be like UI slash button. Because that's the destination that we want to stick it in. Yeah, so these get given that, whereas so you get given creature. Okay, yeah, that should work. Maybe. Did it work? Image UI buttons. Okay, buttons worked. Menu worked. Okay. Hey, look, they even loaded because I had the Holy Reloading turned on, so it found them. Yay. Okay. Now I remember what even was up to. Oh, we're going to extract all the items. That's what we're going to do. So I guess it gets its own like example thing of being like scan. All right, so we're gonna go like new file, and this is gonna be called extract dot items.rs. Right, so we're gonna have like an fn main up here. Right, that's gonna do the actual bulk of the work, but then we're gonna have like other ones. So this one's gonna be fn extract. Maybe we should rename you to extract data. It really doesn't matter because nobody should ever be reading this except me, but anyway. All right, extract data. So the very first one we want is probably not recipes, because I think we want to do it like somewhat recursively in the idea of being like item properties is going to be the least fulfilling to actually do, but also the most like we can just have a list of item properties and it's literally just going to be a name and an index. Right, so we just go back to here and we just go like, okay, so this is going to be fn extract item props. So we're going to say let data equals fs, like std fs read to string like the dot slash asset slash bbg slash data slash item props.xml dot unwrap. So then you're gonna come here and you're just gonna go like, okay, so main just extracts, main just calls extract item properties. Can I then like just like build like print line data? I do want to like somehow commit this and be like, okay, so I don't even want it says untick this and be like, okay, so this was just me adding widgets. Right. So when I run this, it should just spit out the entire table of contents. Okay. So the question is how lazy do I want to be in terms of my thing? So I want to be like, you know, like a function is like trim I guess like seek start. Maybe. I look at the other ones because I kind of want to make this somewhat reusable. So if they all start with like, hey, database thingamabob, database thingamabob. Yeah, so it's called NeoGame. So we're just going to seek till we find database NeoGame. Because it really shouldn't be that hard to like, yeah. It's a seek start, which is going to take in a data, which is a stir, and he was going to return an option stir. Right, and then you're just going to data dot find So this is the index of, I assume, returns byte index of the first character of the string slice that matches this pattern. I don't know how I feel about that one. I kind of want the last character, if you wouldn't mind. That. Something like that. Right, can we then like pass in P? Maybe. Then we go something like you return data s plus p dot len dot dot. So you reference to that thing. So we're gonna say, I don't know, like let data equal seek start data dot unwrap dot expect data block to contain db neogame. Right, like that. And then you get to spit out data, and hopefully it'll be stripped down to just being the start. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna do something like fn get next table. So the next table is going to do something like taking in data, and it's going to return I don't know, tail, which is a stir. So you return a tail. And then data, which is then going to be a something like that. Right, and then you return a table and then say, hey, we found nothing. And we go, okay, we go, yep. We go, okay. To do. Right, so the very first thing you have to do is say data dot find. So we have to find the opening, it's going to be like table name equals. Like, so find this. So we're going to say let s equals. I guess you need to be an option table. Right, so we're going to find this, which is going to be our very first step. Okay, then we're going to say that d equals so s dot dot. Something like that. I'm being lazy because this is literally just a macro to try and get me to like automatically like not have to fucking manually do things. So it doesn't actually matter how efficient this is. So basically we just say find the first instance of where it says table name and then strip everything else off, which will get rid of like this bullshit. Then we need to say let C equals d dot find. And then we just need to find the closing parentheses. So finding the closing parentheses should result in us finding the next character. So then we can say let d equals dc dot dot. Really feel like this should just be renamed data. Something like that. All right, click you. I'm just going to say reassign data each time because it's annoying that I have to keep doing this. And we click data. Right. So we should be right here. We should be here. Then we want to say let E equals data dot find. Right. And then we're going to say, something tells me there's actually like a thing like that Rust has just to let you do this. But anyway. Table. Right. So that will find the ending table. And then we can say data equals data dot dot E. So since this returns the first value, right, so this is the start because it's finding the closing one of these. And we trim off the front, and then we find the closing table and we trim off the end. Because this find just returns the index of the first character of this string slice that matches the pattern. Right. So you trim off that, and then we just need to return like some table, and then it's data, and then the tail is Right, so you would be data dot E. Right. And then you are data E plus table dot len dot. Right. So basically the first thing returned is, I mean, it actually wouldn't really matter because if it left the trailing table, it finds the next table anyway. But anyway, so we can say the data you return is data all the way to it's from here to the end. And then the tail is the end plus the length of this and then everything that's after that. The function get next table is never used. Yeah. So we get to here and we say, okay, so let table, I guess like mute table equals get next table. No, he's passing data, right? And be like, okay. I mean, theoretically, this would also mean that we don't need to do the seek start because it'll strip off the beginning anyway. Anyway, so I'm actually curious if I can say instead of taking in data, you just take in self. And and then you can be like self.data.find self seems like a terrible way of doing this, but anyway. Except we 100% need to go like that. And then you return a table, which is just to say I guess let R equals this. And then you go like self dot impl table, please. No, don't do that. Put that up there. Right. So you do that. Missing lifetime parameter. Yeah. Right. So we take in self and we say self. Okay, and we say self dot tail equals self dot data e plus const. I'm just hoping that when it's a constant, it works faster. And again, like speed is not a problem, but you know. And so then it's end.len dot. So you do that, and then you say R is equal to this. So self tail is trim that, and then wait a second, that's not how that works. It would be tail. And then self.data is equal to self.data. And then self.data is equal to this, self.data is equal to this. Right, so you say self.tail, find the next beginning, and then self.tail, trim that, self.tail, trim that, self.data, trim that. And you say self.data equals self.data .e, and then you just return some self. Okay. I'm sorry, self may not live long enough. There you go. All right, so we're gonna say table, which just has a data, which is just an empty string, and tail, which is data. Right, and then we go while table, while let sum t equals table.next. Okay, fuck you. Mutable reference to self table. Okay, you just update self then. And then you would return some like that. Right, and then we don't care about what this is. We declare we care if you're returning some, and then we're going to say, hey, print line, and it's like a table dot data let e equals I guess it's like let mute e equals 0. e plus equals 1, and then we're going to say e colon that. So this should run and then print out like every single table, like every single line of its own thing. Apparently, well, no, it had some kind of crash, which it panicked at. Byte index start byte index 40 is out of bounds of string of length of 0. Excuse me. Here you go. Right. So what did you say? You said, well, apparently you're like 1 too short, I think, because you keep printing colon. It's kind of funny. It does need to trim it, maybe, at some point, you know. So it's like, hey, colon name ID equals 1 slash colon. So we're gonna need to trim it, and we're also gonna need to like add 1, I guess, because it's apparently when we find this, it gives me the index of this. So then it's like plus 1. And then like dot trim. Trim returns the reference. Can I like do this then? Yeah. All right. So we say, hey, data. So C plus 1, and then trim that. And then we go, hey, table, find, and then find the end of the table. And then you are the data E to the end is what your tail is equal to is the end. And then your data is equal to this. And then we go, okay. So now when we run it, it should print out all of them, but trimmed. Lovely. Okay. So I guess we make column next, and it's going to make the column thing work exactly the same way, except the column's going to, you know, take in a thing, and it's going to return a name. We should probably actually do it properly as an actual iterator, but you know, struct column. Right. So you're gonna be like stir. Oh, it's gonna be like name, which is again like a you live for a, you return a stir, and then data, which is also an a, which is just a stir, like so. And then we want to say something like like struct column iter, which just has a stir in it. Like so. And then we're just going to import iterator for column iterator. So the iterator is the lifetime of a, and you have a lifetime of a, and then so your item item is equal to a stir. Wait, no, you return a column with a lifetime of a. And then next. I mean, you do exactly the same thing that the table did, which is to say, you have to find the name. So, name. Well, I guess let s equals self dot in this particular case, no, because this is literally like a dev tool that is designed to be run like effectively once. Because so these are all XML files from the game that I am trying to copy. Like these are like the raw game files that I've pulled out, and I need to pass them into a format that will actually be like enjoyable for me to touch. Because obviously in their game, they just we're using a database, and so all the like it just uses the indexes or whatever. Like, but I'm trying to convert it to a format that's easy for me to try and like reason about. So there's no point using cows when the values that I'm returning like will exist for the all of like 30 seconds that this application runs one time to parse properly. But yeah, inside of the actual, like if you were running it like a performant game, you want to use cow anywhere where you don't necessarily know, I guess, the lifetime of the thing. So like you're saying like cow a stir, it means that like they can give you a string or they can give you a reference to a point, like so it's like you'd use it there. But in this particular case, no, mostly just because this isn't intended to be long-lived. Like it's not going to be like running for hours or anything like that. It's just literally going to go zip and it's going to be done. Nobody else but me is going to be using it, and even if they were, like you're never passing anything other than then just like you're just loading the file and passing it in. You're not actually doing anything with it. So so self.0.find. So we find column name, right? Which name? We escaped that. So find column name. Right, so that's going to be the start. So then the next section is the name. So this is the start of the name, which I believe we actually need to maybe add one. That will return here. That's annoying. Okay. I don't like this because you have to... split, maybe? I think split once is better, and then you say like underscore and then name, because that will destroy everything. Like it seems like a nicer way of going about it anyway. And you return an option too. Yeah, cool. Because I think that will mean that like now whatever name starts left with, and then we say let name end equals self.0.find, and then you want to find the first occurrence of that, right? And then we say so the data is basically everything that happens, and then that should exactly be like so. Let data equal. See, the issue with the split is we lose, I guess, like everything else. But anyway, so this should be the rest of the string. So that's fine. So we're gonna say that the data is equal to self.0 name and plus one dot. Well, actually, I think technically we don't even need the plus one. Maybe you'll be the index of that. So if we start with, okay, we do need the plus one because that'll skip us past that. I guess it's plus two as well because we want to skip to here. And then perfect. So that's everything, including the rest. And then we need to find data end equals data.find closing column. Question mark that up. So then we can say that we return So data equals. Well, I guess the assumption would be that it's like this. So we can find the data end, which would be to say like self dot 0 dot find this, and then we can just do it once. And we're going to say that data is equal to the name end plus plus, comma. I guess we set the name then. We say like let name equals self dot 0 name start dot dot name end, like that, and then we find the closing column because we know that that's exactly after the end, and then we say that the data is the end of the name plus 2 dot dot data end, which would then clip all our stuff, and then we say 2 4 2 4 6 8 9. So then we say something like self dot 0 equals self dot 0 data end plus 9 dot dot. So we just update the end of that string to point to the right place. Oh, that's interesting. Right, so that would mean that instead of being self, it's actually name start from the beginning of the name to the end of the name. Right, then we find this, which is the name's end. Okay, then we say that the data, the end of the data is self dot find the closing column, and then your data end. I guess you can do it again and be like underscore. Well, I mean, okay, so it's more like this is data, and this is rest, and then it would be it's like self dot 0 maybe dot split once. Right, I was getting a little bit tired of having to add things to everything all the time. So then you would say that actually the data is just the data, and then the rest is the rest, and we just say that you are equal to rest, and that you then return name and data. All right, then we're going to come to back up to here and be all like for name data in column iter table dot data. Print line. I guess maybe there's an e plus equals 1 still down here. And we say we would print line here. We would say like print something like da. Then you would say print line, and then you put in something like that then goes name, comma, data. And this needs to be a column. Something like that. And you need to be E. So if I then run this, it should print out, yeah. So we do need to fix up the name apparently because it's doing some weird ass fucking stuff. So what did it say? It said, hey, column name equals ID to one fucking what? Alright, so you got ID in. So something's gone terribly wrong in the trimming of the like what's not supposed to be there. So name start. So you seem to have trimmed this correctly. And then name. Right, so we should probably maybe split these and say like name colon / t like that. So that should make it much more clear like which is which in terms of like the name and then the data. So something tells me that you're actually looking in the wrong spot. You're like searching self instead of Sorry, so your name. Like body. Okay, so we split off the column name equals, and then we say, hey, inside of body, find that, because that's what was going wrong. Is we were finding it within name, which meant that it was like saying, oh, well, it's like 15 spaces in, so like put it over here. And then this one is returning like column ID. So we say, hey, body. You, I think, become the same thing of being like body.split, because once we've ripped out the name, once we've ripped all this stuff off, we don't care. So then we send the name as the body with the basically the length of the name, and then we say that data is the rest. And so this is the data, which is effectively. See, I feel like it should be name end ... because basically we want to go after the name, because otherwise the name is going to end up in there. But I guess we'll find out. We'll run it and we'll see. Because I think that the name is going to end up in there because we're not going to end up splitting off. Yeah, so it's like a name ID, and then it's like, oh, well, from the end of the name to there, which is because we need to not go from body, but instead from like basically the other way around. So we go like, hey, body, the end of the name, please, onward. But then I think because where the end of the name is going to be this index here. So we need to say like +2 just to skip these two characters. We could like effectively like be lazy and be like body find the closing angle brace. It'd make it slightly more robust, but again, it fucking doesn't matter. So if we run this, it should fix a lot of our issues. So now it says that 50, your name is ID. NID is 56, and your name is string property name water. Okay. Ice lab. Identifier. Tool water analyzer. Sunlight, blue jeans, battery, fuse lens or reflector, sleeping bag. Property name, dogman. Skill, botany. Water. Shopping cart frame. These aren't really properties as much as they are just words. Like it feels like everything that is like used at any point, like if it requires it to be a specific item, instead of like filtering for that item, they just gave that item the specific property that it is the fucking thing that it's looking for. But anyway, so then we come up here and we go, okay, so we need to go through every column. So this is the items property thing. So we can make like an enum, or not enum, a struct item property, something like this, right? The struct item property, and we can make like a string out of this, right? Like, oh, not a string, like a file maybe. I can't even be bothered. And we need this for, like, I guess laying it out on a file if it doesn't exist. We're going to say ID, which is a U32, and name, which is, I guess, just a string. Wow, we can make it a reference to us too. I don't know why I'm making a string because I can't be bothered doing lifetimes. And again, these are going to live for like 2 seconds and then they're going to be destroyed. So, they're going to be like, let mute properties. And it's going to equal it's the vector. New. Right, so new vector. And it's like, well, let's get next table, while column E. So we now need to match this. I'm going to say match name. Actually, your match statement's even fucking lazy. Anyway, NID. And then this one is stir property name. This is the beautiful thing about parsing someone else's like pre-made like file, is that I don't have to worry about like fucking there being the potential for typos. It's like, no, it is generated by a computer, so it'll be correct. Other, and this is going to say unimplemented found in file and don't know how to parse it. Right, you're gonna yell at me because you need to say other. Found in item property. So then we're going to come up here. Oh, sorry, that's horrible. We say like let mute item equals item property ID 0 name. Is there an ID 0? We have to kind of make sure that we don't. Yeah, so there's no ID 0, which means that we can use ID 0 and say that this is an error. Okay. String from this property does not exist. Right. That's just to like let it do its own thing. Yeah. So we go here and we say hey, ID, and we're going to say let OK ID equals data.parse U32. Else, wow, I mean, maybe we just match it instead of match. Just because I want to print the error. Now, there's a better way of doing this. It's like, let OK ID equals this, and it's like else, and then we just like continue. But we can be like map error. And then we can be like e print line failed to parse property ID. Right, because it'll only run this when it gets here, but it doesn't actually do anything because mapping error takes in an error and returns an error. It returns yeah. So it turns one error type into another error type. So it's like only if it's okay, and then we say item ID equals ID. Then we go down to here and we go, hey, when you get to the bottom of here, can we say properties.push item? Apparently properties is misspelled. Anyway, property name. Well, property name is pretty easy because we just say item.name equals data.toString. Lazy. Apparently not users. So we map the error if the error is false. And because we map the error, it should print out any errors that it finds. Can we then, when we get to the end here, be like print line found properties properties.len. Like the last thing to do is just print them all to a file in like some kind of just order. 108 properties. Okay. So we're gonna say like for prop in properties. So we can say like let mute file equals fs std fs open options new dot create true read write true dot truncate true dot open, and then it's like dot slash assets slash I kind of want to put it somewhere. Maybe we need a new folder. New folder called raw. I'm gonna call it raw, and then it's gonna be like raw slash item properties dot dat dot expect can we also need to be like std fs create directory all dot expect make file folder, because then it'll create the directory if it needs the directory. Well, actually, maybe don't create all, because then it means that if assets doesn't exist, it'll fail, which is probably better than accidentally making assets files everywhere you run it. Anyway, so we say here, we have the file, and then we say, can we like write line, and then we're going to write we need to be like something like mute file, comma this, and then it's prop.id prop.name. Cannot write into file for traits. Okay. std fs write no, IO. All right. So use. Hey, okay, and then we like So now when I run this, well, apparently it's going to crash. That's what it's going to do. Access denied. Cannot create a file when that file already exists. Watch me. So append. Well, okay. Which line did it crash on? Because there's a slight chance that just try and make it, and then so it wasn't actually the folder. It was the fucking maker. Hey, item properties, and then the item properties is like easy to ignite, optical zoom, igniter, tannin source, tool Phillips head, tool flathead, water purification, container, waterproof, fireproof, hot, meat, shaft, nourishing, small, medium, large, sharp point, thread, furry. Okay. So there's a list of all the item properties that we just extracted. Blue jeans is its own, entirely own fucking. Right, anyway. Made extract file item props. Right. So hopefully I did that in a way that means that we can actually like more easily when we go to the next thing, know what the data is, if that makes sense. Because like we can reuse the table and we can reuse the column stuff to just be able to like really easily pull out the next set of stuff. So we did all the item properties, which cool. Then item type. So item type has an ID, which identifies each item individually, which is kind of like, okay, cool. So the groups, this is what confuses me. The item groups and subgroups, I don't think they line up with anything. I think that's literally how like they somehow, for some reason, pick them for the loot table, which is just such a weird way of doing it. Anyway, so we have the name, the description, the alt description, which I think the alt description is that like you have hidden descriptions, and when like you have the conditions met, then the alt description shows up. But effectively, we just want to the image usage. Go away. Okay. Monetary value. It does tell me what it is at least. Float. Wait. Monetary value alt. I don't actually know what that is. So effectively, we're just going to go through and go like, do any of you have like a monetary value that isn't 0? Yes, that one says 3,000. What item are you? Bracelet. So that tells me that there's some kind of condition that's attached to it that when you buy it and it's like locked, it'll be 500. Equip degradation per hour, fucking 2,000. Most of the items in here just have 0. That one says 5. Water sterilized. Yeah, okay, so it's worth 0.2 unless you hit whatever condition makes it alt, because the description is water and the description is water sterilized, means that like when you know it's sterilized, it goes from being worth 25 cents to being worth $5, and then there's probably somewhere. So this is the description alt. How does it know when it's an alternative item? String name is liquid. Description is water. Okay. Cond ID. So sprite list is image.water. Okay, the water bottle. Item bottle, water bottle. So there is definitely an alternative thing. Okay. So sprite list, you can't equip it. Like it doesn't show up if you have it equipped. Image usage 101010. Right. Durability is 1. Degradation per hour is 0. Equip degradation per hour is 0. Degradation per use is 0. Degrade treasure IDs 3. Got no idea what that means. Equip conditions. Possesses conditions, use conditions, capacities. 2 by 3. So that's the size of a water bottle. I'm sure of that. Like, so if it doesn't have one, it means it has no inventory. Ah, boy. Equip slots. What is this? This is still a water bottle, yeah? Bottle, yeah. 21 and 20. Something tells me that maybe 21 and 20 is the hands. So you can put it in the hands as like you can equip it when it's in the hands, possibly. Use slots. Socket locker. Socket locked. Properties 8, 9, 16, 28, 48, 50, 87. Content IDs 1, 2, 3. Format ID 3. Treasure ID is 16. Component ID is 3. Slot depth is 0. Charge profiles, attack modes, stack limit 1, switch IDs, okay, and then sounds. Use conditions. You're a bottle and you're water and you have use conditions. So that's 21 equals 36. So 21 is some kind of slot. So I'm going to even the ones, I'm pretty sure these are health, like these are your body. So like it's 100. So we open the game. We go back to here. Like when you're injured, there's different spots on your body. And I'm like, this one, like they're the 100s, because if I go into the item stuff, there's like all the images line up. It's not so obvious with a water bottle, but like there's an image. And so my assumption is that this is when it's saying like 100 equals 62, is it saying you have to have some kind of injury, which is injury 62. We do have conditions. Conditions is like another one of those charts, isn't it? Conditions. So this is an empty condition. Starved to death is a condition. Fatal. A affects modifiers. Field name. Okay, is starving. Okay, so this is interesting. So it's like health per hour mod is saying that like you are losing 0.1. Immune restore rate, you're losing 0.02. So this is starving. blood restore rate. So you're losing a tiny amount of blood each frame. Moves per turn modifier, losing 2. Encumbrance limit, you lose 45 encumbrance limit. Morale hidden, you lose. Wait, what? You gain morale and you lose defense. That's interesting. I guess it makes sense because the morale is like the odds that you'll run away in a fight or that you'll be forced to surrender. So it's like if you're hungry, you're more likely to stay and fight. It's interesting. Malnourished. Not fatal. VID F durability. Duration. Permanent, I'm assuming, is saying like threshold. Okay, so 6. Blacking out. Blacking out from exhaustion. Field name. Asleep. Sleep quality. Sleep awareness. So it's saying that you are asleep. You're getting maximum sleep quality because you've literally passed out. You're so exhausted, it doesn't matter where you... And then you're so tired you actually can't wake up. Okay, this is interesting. So wary... so encumbrance limit is minus 25. Display game over. What? Okay. Reset timer. True. Remove all. False. Remove post combat. False. Display. 1. I think display game over is whether it shows up in the game over screen. So when you die, it shows you like all the conditions and stuff that were affected by. So there's a bunch of like conditions that you don't necessarily you can't necessarily see them while in game. There's like condition tired, froze to death. Display over, I'm assuming is saying, do you display the game over? Stackable is false. All right, so we can work on conditions because I think the way I'm going to do a lot of the conditions is things like permanent. Instead of storing a boolean and having permanent, I'm just going to have like a vector of conditions or something, or like set. And so it's like permanent will be added to the list saying like, hey, this is a permanent, and then this is also a stackable. That it's display over, it's display game over, it's fatal. Like these, the booleans, instead of having their own fields, will be like an enum that like you add to the list of things. So I guess we just grab one of these and we go, right, next is to extract all the conditions, I guess. So where's it? Extract data. So next is to go something like fn extract con extract conditions. So we can also go something like /star. So this is what one condition looks like. This is what a condition table looks like. So then we go, I guess exactly the same thing as you. Copy this. I'm going to paste this in here. Like so. So you read the file, except the file is called conditions. Conditions.xml, and then we say, hey, data, and then we're going to seek start. Again, I don't know if that actually is necessary. And then you do this, and you okay, so we're going to have conditions. And then instead of having an item properties, I do feel like I should probably cut this and then put this up inside of this so that like when it collapses away, it collapses everything. So we can be like that, and you go like, okay, hide that away. So at the top of this, we're going to go struct condition. So a condition. We're going to go like enum flags. So we're going to have flags, which is going to be a vector of flags. It's going to have a ID, which is a U32. It's going to have a name, which is a string. A description. Which is also a string. Modifiers. Okay, so modifiers, which is going to be a vector of enum modifiers, right? Fine. So the way that the modifiers are going to work is that it's effectively, we're going to start with 0, but a modifier is I guess, and then an F32. I was going to do it as a I guess we can just make this a hash map like that, and then it's modifier F32. So it can start at 0, and then when we find it, no, it has to be. Does Bevy have access to the index map? Something has indexed. No. All right, so we have to include that and say right. So I gotta wait for that to finish compiling. So the difference in an index map is just that you can look things up by their ID. So the idea is that as we insert, since the field names and modifiers, like the values, will be two separate sets of things coming in. Like we'll get all of these, and then we'll get all these. We need to be able to go back through in the same order and then reinsert them. So index map. So we need to make sure that they stay in the right order. So the modifiers are like this, and then the modifiers F32. So we are going to have things like, so flags. So we have fatal, permanent, display, stackable, display over, display game over. I don't know why those are different. Reset timer, remove all, remove post combat. So threshold is an array. transfer range. I don't know what n is. Okay, v is id next as well. So can you derive default for me? You're a condition, thank you. Condition default. So, right. So, if it says, if they change the naming scheme, if it just says ID, then parse the ID and set item.id. If it says stir name, then item name is stir name. If it says stir descriptor, item dot description equals data.toString. Conditions to push, and then we write all these, and then it's conditions like that, and then we just need to change the file to you can. And then this would be conditions like that. Except you are definitely not going to write it out like that. That's I'm just gonna go like prop.name like that. I just want like one thing per line, if you wouldn't mind. Extract item properties. I just wrote the same thing. Yeah. Extract conditions is what I want to run. Okay, so there's a yellow line somewhere missing here. Right. We can go a yellow line. So we have our flags and our modifiers. So we're going to say well, they all start at the same point, so I should be able to do something along the lines of, I don't know why it does that, where it's like sort of resets itself. If I cut all of those, and then we come down to, so extract conditions here. We're going to go paste all of these in. I guess put you back to here. Go all the way down here and go quote and quote. Do nothing. Save. Right. So field names. I need to find one that actually has field names, but from what I remember, I guess we just say well, it's more like if data dot all is empty, maybe. I should put that on all of them. And the idea being that, like, basically, as I go down the list, I will make them do the different things that they're supposed to do. Well, before we do that, let's make this actually do this. So say, don't know how to parse. Right. So I'm just doing the like is not empty because theoretically, like, I need to know what the data actually looks like, and if I get an empty string, it's like, well, I don't actually know what you look like, so it's not going to help. So it should crash immediately, like as soon as it hits something that doesn't do the standard thing. All right. So we're going to go to here and go, okay, you don't know how to parse 0. Why does the first thing have 0? Very strange. I guess we explicitly say if item dot modifiers dot is empty. Continue. Because if we get to the modifiers and it's still empty, that implies that there are no field names. Okay, I guess that's the first one done. I should probably check the others, like so fatal, I'm gonna say like if data equals 1, then item dot flags dot push flag fatal. Oh, fine. So I don't know what next ID is going to do. I don't know the durations. So this is permanent. Next change, which is a V, stackable. Display. Display. That very clearly says display other. And don't have the B at the beginning, please. Display game over. Oh, it's probably does it display on the player, like in combat, versus does it display on the other person if they have it? So it's like you can't necessarily know something if it's not visible. Color. Okay. Reset timer. Remove all. Remove post combat. Threshold and then other. Right, so that should mean that, like, I don't know how many we'll be able to actually decode, but all right. So V next ID. The next ID was just 0. V. See, my confusion is I'm assuming A is array. So what the fuck is V? Change next, like value? I don't know. That's why I needed to tell me what it is. And data does not equal just the word 0, because apparently 0 is a fucking valid next character. Next change, and then also you also need this as like you are, who fucking knows what you do. Okay. Do you have like, what does color have for you? You're also just 0. transfer range. Apparently transfer range is just -1. Yeah, I don't know what n is. Maybe it does tell me in the fucking the top of the thing. Not encounters, conditions. It does tell me what each of these values has to be. So n apparently is an integer. Okay, so ID is an int varchar long text varchar long text tiny int varchar stackable, just a tiny int. So apparently the color is just an int. It's annoying. Transfer range. Reset timer, remove all this. These are tiny ints. So transfer range. Oh, what's the bet? That's because there's diseases, and the transfer range is like effectively how far. I am so annoyed. All right, so transfer range. The issue is I don't know what the threshold is. Threshold is empty, so I guess we run this and we go, what are you going to spit out? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Very loud. So it said it hit a 0 and don't know how to parse 0 for what? Duration. Duration's a float, apparently. Well, I think I'm going to just like add that as a thing. Modifiers, duration. F32. It does say F, which makes me think it has to be a float. So we're going to let D equals data.parse F32 else continue. So it's let OK. And then we say item dot duration, not description, duration equals D. Then we say here, we're going to say e print line failed to parse condition duration. We should be like say like item dot name, because like since the name will always be higher up, it should always have found a name by the time it got there. We could even just say ID, but you know. Okay, so something got to 1 and says, hey, I don't know how to parse 1. So color, okay. So again, color's gonna just be U32 because I don't know how big color can get and I can't be bothered. So color. Data.parse U32 else eprint line failed to parse color. Okay, so you get to here, and then we're going to say item.color equals C. Right, so we run this and I go, okay. Right, yay, okay. MF, FMF. So we're going to go something like, can I import modifiers? Maybe like FN from stir. And then your modifier. Something like that. Yep, cool. Then we like match name. So health per hour mod. I guess you don't even need that. You can just be health per hour. And then it's going to be unknown. And then unknown, I'm going to be really funny with it. I'm going to say unknown is going to say like print line. And then I guess, well, you'd go something like unknown, because that should make it fairly easy to pick the names out. And then say like modifiers unknown. Right. Comma. What I'm thinking is that when you get to here, it's going to split on commas. It's going to print those out, and then it's going to check to see if it contains unknown, and then it's going to panic. So the idea is it should print out all of them in a row, and then be like, I'm done. Right. So that's here. And so we're going to say for modif in data.split commas, and then we say let m equal modifiers from stir modifier, and then we say item dot modifiers dot insert. Right, modifiers, but he doesn't have the required things to be used as a hash key, so we need to derive clone copy equal par equal and hash. Right, so dot insert, and then we're going to say m and 0. Right, so it's going to try that, and then we're going to go if item.modifiers.get .contains key modifiers unknown panic. not all modifiers added. Yeah. Right. I guess you do that. So the idea is that if we hit a single modifier we don't know, it'll panic. And in theory, it should, by the time it got to the point that it's panicking, have printed out into the console all of the modifiers that it found that it doesn't know about into a nice little format. Oh. Okay. Apparently, empty string counts, which is annoying. Okay. If modifier dot is empty, continue. Let's try that. So apparently splitting, I guess it makes sense. Splitting on commas means that an empty counts. See, and then we go, oh, we don't have these. So we come over here and we go, it printed them out into the correct format to be like, oh, but now we do. We then line this up and then we go down here and we go, sorry, one more. We go here and we go, they're all MFs. Oh, no, you're something else about. Oh, okay, they're not all MFs. That's annoying. You're special. Okay. Backspace that. Shift. Control. Copy. Paste all of these. Go down, go to the end, go comma. Go end, go here, go modify. Modifiers, like so. And then we say modifiers. And then move turns per something. Moves per turn modifier. Okay. So that should have grabbed a whole extra bunch, and therefore, well, it just probably means the next one's going to be smaller. Maybe not though. Oh, we got to the, okay, so it says, I don't know how to parse this. So this is why we did them in the correct order, I guess. So what we're going to do is we can come down here and go, so if the item modifiers is empty, because for some reason that it still gets a 1 in it, even if it's empty. But anyway, so we're going to say for mod for value in data.split. I guess if you got to here, that shouldn't be it shouldn't be allowed to be empty anyway. Then we're going to say let v let OK b equals val.parse f32. Honestly, dot expect to work. I really can't be bothered dealing with the fact that like I have to keep like returning things. If it doesn't work, just panic. It's not a piece of code that needs to be able to work. Right. So we need to zip with items dot modifiers dot itermute. So you get the value, then you underscore, and then right, and then we go, hey, this is your v, and then we're going to say dereference out equals v. So basically, what we're doing is we're going, when we get to here, split on the commas and zip it so that each item that we iterate through get the value that's stored inside the hash map. So we can ignore what the name of it was because it should just be, again, it's a index map. So it'll be in the same order that they were here, which means that as we get them, we get these, and then we should be able to fill out that map. Okay, so then when I run this again, we should make it to whatever the next field is. So we got to here. So now we're at effects, I think. Oh, we found a we found a handful of new modifiers. I do need to modify my piece of code that writes the modifier so it actually puts fucking modifier at the beginning of it, but anyway. Sorry. Right. So we need to modify our get modifier thing so that it does the right thing. So it needs to print. Well, it does print commas at the end. I'm just not grabbing the commas. Anyway, it needs to do this. Modifier unknown. So asleep became asleep. F asleep. Yep, okay. So that should be 3 additional modifiers taken care of. Base detection level. I mean, this is probably the easier way of doing it because then we can. How do I keep forgetting to put grab the semicolon as well? And then we go F2, and then F2, and okay. So base something or other, base detection level, food consumption rate. Who knows what item we were generating? Okay. Min safe temperature. Max safe temperature. And then comma that, and then F2 that, and home, and fatigue modifier, min safe, max safe temperature. Okay, that's interesting. It would be more interesting, I guess, to say don't panic and see if I can get them to all print out in one go. My only concern is I think it's going to panic on something else first, but it should print all of them because that's about the only thing that prints to the console. So it panicked at something else. Effect. Armor wound equals 100. Okay. Anyway, there's another handful of modifiers to modify. Okay. And right, so wait, what? Did I? Oh no, it's probably the 2 things hit that. Okay. It was on 2 different okay. So what the hell is this? Armor wound 100. Okay, I want to know in terms of conditions what the fuck this is. Wearing light shirt. So 100, 111, 104, 105, 106, 107. 0.2, 0.1. So it's doing something, which my assumption is lowering the odds that you take. So wearing light shirt is a modifier. He's wearing a light shirt. Min safe temperature, max safe temperature, body insulation. Okay. I like the idea of that because you've got a shirt on. It's actually like more dangerous. Its color is number 2. Its reset timer is 1. So it does reset the timer. I don't know what that does. Transfer. Okay, so wearing. Okay. Armor wound. So these are obviously the different locations that you can be wounded, which is 101, 116, 10. So I don't know which is which, but like these are obviously like the different wounding locations. 0201. Wearing light pants. Wearing light shoes. Apparently that doesn't do anything. It's kind of funny. Wearing a pair of light pants. Wearing left shoe, wearing right shoe. Cryo facility medkit found. The medkit in the cryo facility was found. Not already a condition, but okay. These are like story flags. Base detection level. Warmed by campfire. Minimum safe temperature is -40. Visibility is apparently 0.5. Scent is 1. Okay. Light level is 0.8. So why are the effects and the modifiers different? Anyway, so I want to go into the different like images, I guess, and go like a bunch of these images were like slot. So slot 100 is clearly the forearm. 109 is like the knee. That foot. So it's pretty foot, knee, hip, body, body, okay. Interestingly, they're all on the same side here, like, oh, maybe not. All right, so if we go into Reveal and Explorer and go image and search for like asterisk slot, should make it a little bit more clear where exactly each of these items is. I think that's probably the chest. That'll be the head. 101 is the head. We're going to be the shoulder. Definitely the head. Okay. So slot 17 is the neck. Or is it supposed to be 117? Who knows? Is there anything else in slot 17?
I guess not, but there's also like I can't think of anything else in the game that covers your neck like that. Slot 17. That's got to be the head. Okay. So going back, we're going okay. So 100. Wow. I don't even know what fucking item I'm supposed to be looking at. But I'm going to say that 100 is almost certainly the head. Not creature condition. Wound 100. Wearing a coat. So wearing a light shirt. Wearing a heavy shirt. Wearing a coat. So these are definitely the modifiers, the chance of getting that wound. Okay. But like 100. That's definitely on the arm somewhere. Right, like it's not wrapped around the head. The head is going to be none of these apparently. No. 17 is definitely the neck. Which I guess makes it much easier to sort of narrow it down. Okay, so that's got to be the shoulder. I don't know what these sticks are doing. That's a foot. I'm gonna go back to my like taking notes and the thing and being like, okay, so slot 17 equals neck. Slot 100 equals. What was slot 100? Okay, I don't know. I don't need to write slot every time. So 100 equals that. 109. 109 equals the right foot, left foot. The 109's left foot. Okay, so 102 is forearm. So 101 equals 102 equals 103 equals, just writing everything down, 104 equals 105 equals 106 equals 107 equals 109 equals 110. We got 19. 110 equals, I don't even know if there is a 110, but anyway. Oh yeah, there's definitely 110 there. Right. So what I'm starting to think as a curiosity is that it doesn't appear to be any on the right side, which makes me think they probably just mirror it to get to the right side, which makes me think like the two, are there any twos? No. I'm gonna say because there could be like a 200 and something, which implies that like that's the other side, so it mirrors it, and therefore it's only the lower number that matters, but that isn't the case. Where is the like view thing? Right, there's the head. 101 is 100% the head. So head. I have no idea what 104 is supposed to be. 109 is definitely the foot. Foot. So that's got to be a shoulder. Right, so that's going to be 100. 100 is left. Apparently I can't spell. Anyway, left shoulder. So 110 is like shin. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Do we have a rag? Yeah, we do with a rag lining on it. issues we need to injure ourselves so that we could like look at where different things go. So 100 is definitely the shoulder. Right, like that is it is the shoulder. So 106 is torso. 107 and 106 are very close together, so there could be multiple torsos, like an upper and a lower torso. So 109, again, very much obviously the foot. 106 is upper torso, 107 is lower. Also, maybe not entirely sure. So 108 is definitely not even on my list. Okay, 108 equals upper leg. Because again, I'm getting the impression that there are no right-hand side injuries, which means that they probably just mirror it. So that would probably be the so if 100 shoulder, so that's probably like, well, for some reason 101 is definitely the head. 102 is upper arm. Right, like where's the arrow that hit 100? Apparently, yeah, that's definitely the shoulder. I mean, actually, there's a much easier way of doing this, I guess, unless they don't have a. Right, we're gonna go to GIMP and go like, no. There you go. God damn it. So we're gonna go, I guess. If I perfectly select this copy, we can open it from the clipboard. Because from what I remember, all the pictures are the same size, which translates to new create from clipboard. Go. Right, now opens back up. Now, this is the right size, which means when we come back to here and we go something slot, when we drop something in, it should snap, probably not the 2x version. Just keep, okay, yeah. So we need to use the single times variance, but anyway. So don't bother with 2x, don't bother with 2x, don't bother with 2x. I'll drop another one. Okay, so let's look at slot 100. Yeah, so that's the shoulder. I guess we can just drop them all in because it does actually. So 17. So there's 105, 108. Fine, we'll put arrow, asterisk, arrow. Rude. Can you please sort by no, okay, whatever. Grab all the arrows that aren't 2x, because as soon as you go to 2x, it doesn't work anymore. 5, 8, 10, so 0, 1, 2. Apparently you can't get hit with an arrow at 3. There is no model for it. Which makes me think that maybe 3 is one of the other sides, and therefore, like, when we mirror 3, like, what arrows are missing? So we have 0, 1, 2, 100, 200, so 4, 5, 6, 8, 5, 7. Right, so delete the duplicate arrows. All right, 7, 8, 17. So 17 goes right at the top. And then 100. So, because I think it's funny. So next, I guess we'll find all the rags. So we're going to say slot. So we want something that's like rename. Why is it not letting me fucking do it? Okay. We want something that starts with the words item. Okay. ITM blue. ITM blue. Frog. Sash. Okay, that one's just an item. Okay. So 17. So 8, 7. So 9 go to the bottom. 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 100. So clean rag 100. I don't know what this is. So I'm gonna drop you like right down here so that like we can work out the other stuff first. Right, so this one appears to be like an item. There's 2, there's another 100. So again, 17 goes up there because 17. So 2, 5, 5 goes under 4. This is a duplicate. Delete that layer. So 6 goes there. 1 goes up here. 2 goes with the 2. 4 goes with the 4. 5 goes with 5. 6 goes with 6. 7 goes with under 6. 9. You go to the bottom. 101. 9. So the 8 goes up with the 8. The 9 goes with the 9. It's going to turn off the rest of these. So I think any numbers that are missing implies that they're probably just the mirror of each other. Right. So there's the worn. And all these off. So there's that one. That one's just the item. So delete. Don't care about the worn one. And then this is like the alternative worn versions, which I don't actually know what they do, but anyway. All right, and then we're going to delete you. So we have 0, 1, 2. There's no 3. So where's 2? So my assumption is that 3 would be here. 4, 5, 6, 7. Move it back down here. So there's no 7 for the clothing. 8, 9. I'm sure there was definitely a 110. Oh god, I hate you. 100. Okay, there's definitely a 110 item because there's a splint. Okay. what other slot numbers are missing? So 103. We concluded 103 was missing. So 103. There's a 110, 19. A curiosity. It's just like a dirty rag. Okay. So it's gonna delete that layer. Alright, so 109, 110. There's no error crew 100, 105, 100, 17, 8. We got 108, no, yeah, 17, 102. Yeah, 102. It's 100, crude error 109, 106. We have 106, yeah. So it's the 103 that we don't have. 102 and 104. 5777. 107. We have 107? We have 107. Yeah, we have 107. 101. 103. Okay, so 103 is the forearm. 108, 107, 109, 101, 117, 107, 107, 125, 108, 5, or 100, 100, 100, 109. That's the foot for sure. 102, we already have a 102, don't we? Okay, 104, 107, 108, 108, yep. We're looking like, okay. So we have 0, 1, 2, 2. We need to put the 3 in the right spot. 0, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So we're looking for, like, is there a so 10 to 10 to 1, 17, 3, 7, 17, 4, 5, 8, 2, 0, 9, 5, 5, 10, 6, 9, 10, 2, 2, 8, 17, 6, 9, 1, 5, 7, 5, 6, 5, 7, 7. Okay. So my assumption is that the reason they're all, like, as you notice on the left side of the body, is that, like, other numbers will turn up eventually. And they will be effectively like the mirror of this would be like probably 203 would be my guess, is that would be the other arm. So I guess we can go through and I'll finish like noting down my notes. So we can, I guess, like not do left and right distinguishing. So 17 is the neck, and then 100. I guess we can we go like all of these? No. What about, can I just, no. Hide all of these, please. Right, so 17 is neck, 17 neck, 100 is shoulder. 101 is head. Yep. Okay, so head, and then 102 is forearm. Lower arm is 102. 103 is elbow. 104 is upper chest. 105 is I guess just chest. 106 is I guess we'll call it belly. Right, so 104, 105, 106, right, 107. it does okay. So is there anything else that goes into 107? Slow slot 107. Yes. Somehow we missed the blue frog sash that goes into 107. Right. Wait, no, you're supposed to be down here. Right, so 107 is like hips, I guess. Hips. 108 is, we'll call it upper leg because I can't be bothered trying to spell thigh. 109 is shin. Shin. And 110 is knee. Right, so I mean, that was definitely an effective way of doing it. They all are effectively, they all are actually on the left side only, which makes me think that somewhere there's going to be like a 200. There's definitely a wound 211, 112, 113. So that they have to be the other side. Because we can conclude. We can just put extra notes down here, just so you can see what. So you just got my stupid notes. So we're gonna need something that's like, okay, so shirt covers 100, 111, 102, 112. So I'm thinking 111, 102, 112, 103, 113. So I'm thinking that it's got to be 11, 12, and 13 have to be the other side of the body. And then 104, 105, 106, 107. 104, 105, 106, 107. I don't think I missed any. Right, which means that we're going to just like put a little note underneath and says, okay, so translating that, that's a shoulder. 111, unknown. 102 is lower arm. 112 is unknown. My assumption is that like it's going to be shoulder, shoulder, arm, and then it's going to be like left, right, left, right. So 103 is elbow. Okay, doesn't need all be capitals, elbow. And then 113 is unknown. And 104 is upper chest. 105 is chest. 106 is belly. And 107 is hips. So the most logical conclusion is that it goes left shoulder, left arm, left elbow, right elbow. Because the other combinations don't make sense. Curiosity. So head, yep, elbow, upper head. Yeah, so that's gonna make 111. So I'll put that on here and be like 111 equals our shoulder question mark. 112 equals our arm question mark. 113 equals our elbow question mark. Right. So then we're gonna go, I guess, down here and go like pants cover pants cover. Right, and then we have to go like, where with us was the other one? It was like scroll down a little bit. So first off, there's 9 instances of wound 100. Starting from the top. So they're wearing a light shirt, wearing a heavy shirt, wearing a coat. Oh, look at that. Wait, what? Wearing clown head. Excuse me? Okay, head makes the most sense to be 100. I'm just confused. Clown head covers 100. Implies that wearing the clown head makes your shoulders harder to hit, because definitely 100 is the fucking shoulders. So, yeah. I'm assuming that's supposed to be 101. It's supposed to make your head harder to hit, because it is literally head armor. 1 and 0.4. Tracking threshold, so it makes you easier to track? Okay, whatever. Wearing dog fur. 111, 102, 112, 103, 113, 104. Yep, so that's just the same as wearing clothes. Well, what did we did this? Oh no. Well, that's annoying, because it's going to find all of them. Right, that would make a lot of sense. Well, I guess we can look for that, because that would limit it to literally only being the first. So there's 14 items in the game that can give you armor. So this is wearing a light shirt, wearing light pants. Okay, so pants cover 108, 114. That's a new one, which again makes sense because that would be a right something. 109. 115 would be my guess, which is, again, covers the right side. I wrote 125. 115. 115. 101. 110, I mean. 116. Right, so now we need to add those to the list. So there's 114 equals 115 equals 116 equals R. Right, so again, I need to just write that out and say, okay, so 108, I'm going to say it's a bug, because it doesn't make, like, it makes sense for the shirt to cover the shoulder, but it doesn't make sense for the clown head to cover the shoulder. So I think the clown head's supposed to be 101, which would make it a bug, that it covers your shoulder instead of your head. It also doesn't make sense, like just as a vibe check, that 100 is considered to be yeah. Anyway, so 108. 108 is upper leg. Right. And then we're going to go unknown. 109 is shin. 115 is unknown. 110 is knee. And then 116 is unknown. Right. So with that math, we can probably deduce that it is 114 is right leg, then right shin, and then right knee. Right. So that would make too many rights. That would make sense. So 18 is, so we say that's wearing light pants, wearing heavy shirt, wearing a coat, wearing the clown heads. Again, I think this is a bug. I don't think this is supposed to be covering your head, because it also doesn't make sense that the shirt would be covering your head, which means that it's a bug that the clown head, not that I've got that wrong, because 100% 101 is the head. It would make the most logical sense for 100 to be the top of the head, because then at least they're in fucking numeric order in terms of like top to bottom of the body. But the fact that the sprite puts it at 101 being the top of the head, and the shirt covers the right things. It's the clown head that's wrong. Anyway, onward. So this is the dog fur, which again wouldn't make sense to cover the head, but would make sense to cover everything else that it covers. So it's most likely that it's actually the shoulder that it's covering. Wearing light shorts. Okay, so we can add that underneath pants and say that shorts cover. Right, so the shorts cover 108 and 114, which is the upper legs. Leg and unknown, which again really strongly reinforces that it's the upper right leg. That is 114. So then we have wearing shirt, which again covers everything that the shirt covers, which also I assume would be a bug because there is a long sleeve and a short sleeve shirt. So presumably wearing the short sleeve shirt shouldn't cover your. Maybe we'll find a t-shirt. Wearing worn head cover. Okay, yeah, definitely 100% head cover. So the clown mask is a bug. 101. Head. Shoulder. Right, so 101, which is wearing TBIB, wearing type 4 head armor. Okay, 100%. Wearing type 3 torso armor. 11, 14. Ooh. Wait, what? 4. This is chest, which is 10 and 13, 10 and 11. And 11. So it covers the shoulders and the torso. That's interesting. Okay. Which makes me, ooh, that's interesting, because that could be very, very confirming in that, like, if this is torso armor, and this is 100, 111, 104, 105, and 106, and was it 107 as well? I'm guessing, I can't see. Yeah, 107. So the reason I think this is important is because I'm going to suspicion, I have a suspicion, but maybe not because it's quite far away, is that there's a type 2 armor, like arms, which means that like that would be like pretty confirming that like when it's saying torso armor, it only covers the torsos and not the arms, but maybe not, I don't know. So it's shoulder unknown, upper chest, chest, belly, and hips. All right. 14. Drone armor. Has fuselage armor. Drone armor, 104. And 104 is upper chest. So that means it's not just the player. Anyway, and then we're Maga armor, which covers 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 12, 114, 116. Mergon. I'm just gonna have a quick little Google of that and go. Murga. Oh, so the Murga is the name of the big bad, the wraith thing that tries to kill you. If you take off the protective charm, it tries to kill you. So this is effectively saying that it is completely and utterly encased. Why? Oh my god, here is freezing up. So it is effectively completely immune to everything. It's got an armor level of 4 that has, I'm assuming, like 100% protection. I'm not actually sure at all what those numbers mean, but yeah, it confirms my suspicion that, like, right. So you can cover everything, and then -4, exposed weakness. Defense damage mult. Defense. -0.2. Okay, that makes sense. I'm concerned that the damage mult, the defensive damage multiplier, means that you do less damage, but is Berserk with Rage? Double the morale. Okay, so exposed weakness it makes everything more vulnerable, but in a very confusing way, because so, like, for example, so this is 100, which is saying where it's covering. It's 3 armor points, and it's 0.8, which I'm assuming is the amount that it covers, but I'm not entirely sure. So this is much better armor, and it covers 100%. So it's saying you cannot get hit, and the armor will absorb 4 points of damage. Whereas this is saying that the armor will absorb 0.6% of damage. Wearing warm head cover. But it's only got a 0.3% chance of taking the hit, maybe? Maybe not, though. Because that value seems to always be like about half of the value. So what's this? This is wearing the clown mask. Clown mask has 1 armor and a 0.4. The fact that the other one's a 1 makes me think that this has got to be a chance of not taking it, and this has got to be the mitigation. Because why would you ever have a mitigation greater than 1? So this is saying that when you're wearing a coat, you have a 10% chance of losing 0.3, of absorbing 30% of the damage. So this is a 5% chance of absorbing 10% of the damage. Maybe not, though, because then 400 would make no sense. I'm assuming maybe it absorbs 4 damage. See, this would mean that you have a -1%, so a 100% chance of missing. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. I would assume that the well, actually, it probably just subtracts it from the odds. So it's basically saying that it doesn't matter what armor, when you expose weakness, you subtract 1 from the chance that the armor will protect them. And you also subtract 4 from the amount that the armor will protect them, which effectively means that it doesn't do shit. One of these values is pointless. You're reducing their armor by 4, and you're reducing the chance that the armor has an impact by 4. So you're either setting the armor to 0 or setting the odds that you hit the armor to 0, which is funny. There's a 1% chance. Because my other thought would be, but again, it's the spot weakness is what makes me think that it's not that, is that this is the minimum of damage it'll absorb, and this is the maximum damage it'll absorb. But spot weakness doing what spot weakness does, that it sets it to -1, makes me go, like, that can't be the case. Because otherwise you're effectively saying that spot weakness, like, your spot weakness was -1 to -4, saying you always do, like, way more damage. But, like, it doesn't. Which means that that's got to be the odds. Now, is it going to be mitigation or or absorption? So is this mitigating 30% or absorbing 0.3? Because my other thought would be like, this is the minimum amount, but like, again, they've done that thing where it's 1.0, but that could just be the way that this database works. But it makes me think this is a percentage. And actually, for all I know, when it says 1 and 4, they might be completely different damage calculations. And then if it's a fraction, then it's saying this is the amount that absorbs. So this absorbs 30%. I could just do something completely different. I actually don't know. Okay. I like it. I eat a medium cured meat. So that gives you negative 80% hunger. Negative 48 hunger and plus 6 thirst. Okay, so the armor effect is pretty easy to split up and do. I spent ages doing that, but you know. Anyway, so go back to our code. We have a look and we go, okay, so it should be almost trivial to split this up. And thankfully, they're all in the same thing, which means I don't need to do the index map and be like, well. All right, so we need to say something along the lines of, this might become a reoccurring thing. We're going to be like enum. I mean, there are also potentially other effects. Armor wound. Right. So, how's it go? It's like left. I'll be like, no, it'll be shoulder. Left equals 100. Maybe they're not called armor wounds, but anyway. Maybe we'll call them body slots. So then it'll be neck equals 17. We can put it for neck. I don't remember. Open the notes. Yeah, neck is 17. Shoulder is spelled incorrectly, and I cannot for the life of me work out how to spell it correctly. Is that how you spell shoulder? Maybe. Shoulder. Google. Yep, cool. Okay, that is the correct word, at the very least. So you have shoulder left and then shoulder right. I like writing them that way because then it's like when you're looking for the shoulder, you type shoulder and then it's like, oh, there's the left and there's the right. So we open this up so I can see. So shoulder and then shoulder right was 101. So 1,101. Okay, so then we have head is equal to 101. So I'm going to say arm left equals 102. Elbow left equals 103. Chest upper equals 104. Why did my brain freeze? That was dumb. Chest equals 105. 106. Hips equals 107. So leg equals 108. So it's leg left, sorry, left. Then it's shin left equals 109. Knee left equals 110. Right, so we have the shoulder up there. So then it's so duplicate and go. Okay, so arm left. So arm right, so right. that was 102, yeah? Yeah, okay. And then, so it would also make a lot more sense in terms of for the shoulder to be 101 instead of the fucking head, because then the left and right switch is whether this is a 1. If this is a 1, then it's a right. Anyway, well, actually no, because stupid. Anyway, so left leg, and then it's the right leg is 114. So wait. Right arm is 112. Right, that's a right elbow is 113. Yep, and then you're 114, and then you're 115, and then you'd be 116. Can you right, right. There's all our body slots. We're going to come down here. Okay, so when you parse an effect, we need to go for effect in data.split, and then it's like this. And then we go if effect dot is empty, continue. Break. So we have the effect. And then we need to say something like makes me wonder if there's more than just arm or wound. But anyway, we're going to say let mute v equals effect dot split at the commas, and then we go let slot equal v dot next dot expect slot let pow equal v dot next dot expect effect power effect slot effect power let chance equal v dot next dot expect effect chance. Right, so then we're going to go up to this and be like, hello, you have a vector called effects that will consist of a body slot, an F32 and an F32. Right, and then you are self item dot effects dot push. Then it's okay. So parse F32 dot expect parse effect pow parse F32 expect parse effect chance. Right, so then we get to push on slot pow chance. Right, and then it's going to yell at me the body slot's not a string. So we're going to say let I'm gonna say something like effect, comma, slot equals slot dot split. Now, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to chain it all together because I can't be bothered. Dot split once, and then you're splitting on the equal sign, and then dot expect effect has right. So that should give me two sets of numbers, and then we say like let slot equal because this will let me easily find if I've missed one. So we can say slot equals body slot from and then so slot dot parse u size, I guess, dot expect effect parse effect slot. Okay, so it's saying it from ID, something like that. And then we also want to assert equal effect and because I can't imagine that this is the only one, and I do need to kind of catch if there's a different one. Like, anyway, need to go up here and go import body slot fn from ID, which takes in an ID, which is a U size, and returns an option body slot. Actually, just return body slot. Just panic when you're in here. I keep forgetting I'm running like a fucking tool for me to use. I don't need to make sure that it always returns a fucking happy path. Anyway, we're gonna match. We're not even gonna do that. We're just gonna say I guess we do match ID. So 100 is going to return so zip to the top, go something like end in one across cross. Cut this. Back one more. Go to here, say body slot like that. Go home, go paste, go arrow, go home, remove the equals. Boom. And then it's going to say, hey, you haven't covered like all of these ranges, which is everything else is going to panic unknown slot ID. There we go. So that should translate into it pumping out all the different possible effects that we can have. When we run this, I'm curious if it's going to suddenly find a new slot that didn't exist before. I don't really expect it to, because of the fact that, like, oh, we printed out a fuckload more new modifiers. I thought I already did vision range, but maybe I didn't. Modifiers. I gotta say, this is nice. Right, go back one. do that. There we go. Control C. Come back up to here. Say, hey, these are some more modifiers we found. Then it's going to go like F2, and then like F2. Excuse me. Okay, so they're repeated. Vision range. So that's more that like it found two different things that had the same effect. It's not like I'm doing anything wrong. It's just that when I print it out, it will find multiple copies, which does also imply that it's probably got multiple copies down here saying that all of these have been done before. Right. Let me run this and go, hello. What are you going to spit out? Something's not implemented because it's found. Do not know how to pass 41, 65, 66. VID next. Who said this? Because the whole reason I'm going like I don't know what that means is that I don't actually know what that means. Condition. Let's paste this. Who are you and what the fuck are you? Chalara. Quick little search. Chalara is an infection caused by drinking contaminated water. Cholera. Okay, right. Come on. There is a very small chance of getting it when you eat. When eating food type, even if it's cooked, it causes diarrhea, vomiting, which can lead to dehydration, death. Has 3 stages. The first and second stage are not so severe, and if proper precautions are taken, such as taking antibiotics or drinking tea. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that you're 40, and then 41 is cholera 2, and then 65. Now apparently cholera 3. Okay, so 40 goes to 41, which is cholera 2, and then 41 goes to 42, which is cholera 3. But I still don't know what the 65 and 66 is. Something tells me that immune left, immune restore rate, water consumption rate. 5 times, Jesus Christ. I actually don't know if it's 5 times or if it's 5 per tick. Anyway. It has no effect if you just, when you first get it, it has no effect. So 65 and 66 are apparently, they're either, ID next, 65, 66 is either the time until it ticks or some like immunity thing. So you either tick up to the next cholera level or you don't. Yes. 65, 66. V ID next. So I guess the thing to check would be to go, hey, 65. So first off, apparently 65 turns up a lot. Diarrhea. Right, okay. So gas. So, yes, 49 is. Stomach feels awful and is having diarrhea. So, I guess the chance next is the odds of each turn rolling to the next. So, basically, there's a 50% chance that you're going to go to the next level, which is this, and you're going to get diarrhea. And then you have a duration of 72 turns, units, probably hours, 3 days. Yeah, that would make sense. Color, skill in hand-to-hand combat. Okay. do you have a duration? You do. So basically you have 48 hours where there's a 50% chance that you tick to the next one. Display, game over, color. Okay. So I'm assuming ID next is 100% you're going to get that. And then okay. So I mean that's pretty easy to pull out, which is we effectively just say next. And then we pull out all the numbers, so it'll be a vector. The next ID, is we're just going to say item.next I guess it would be you can put next and next chance as its own two separate things. So we're going to say for ID in data dot split at commas if ID if ID dot is empty continue. Otherwise, you're going to say let ID equal ID.parse to u32 dot expect parse next ID, and then we just say item.next dot push ID. So the idea is that it'll just iterate through and stick all of them on there. So we're going to come up to the condition. Where is it? Conditioned. So next is a vec of u32s and next chance is a 32. So then we're going to come down to here and go, one of these is called like next chance. Chance next. You have definitely appeared to be a float, so I'm just going to say let next equal next dot chance. No, no, this is the data dot parse f32 dot expect or parse next chance, and then we say item dot next chance equals next, something like that. All right. So now when I run this, the next diseases will be stacked into the thing. The chance that it'll progress to the next step will be stacked in. Wow, we have even more modifiers. Wow. We must be hitting like the same kinds of things because we're just getting lots of the same. Like immunity next. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna paste all these in, and then remove the ones that turn yellow. Okay, well, remove the ones that turn red first, I guess. So you're the same one. You are different. You're all the same. You're the same. Attack damage multiplier is the same. So immunity left, you're different, you're different, you're different, you're different, you're different. Okay. We go oh, what? Okay. Wrong. And control shift copy that. Come up to the list of modifiers, dump these on the end. I guess that's the advantage of doing it this way, is I do know that when I hit them twice, because fucking Rust yells at me and says, hey, you can't have 2 copies of the same fucking enum variant. And it's like, oh, yes, I can't. You're right. I gotta stop going the wrong way. So you go that way, that way, that way, that way, that way. Hang on. Move reserve. Move reserve remaining. Okay. Yeah, to something damage multiplier. Okay, that's fine. These modifiers and stuff are all gonna have to be like moved out, I guess, into the main game, because they're like, you know, unknown slot ID 40. Ooh, who said slot ID 40? It's gonna be like equal sign 40 as well. Unknown slot ID 40. There's only one place that requests fucking an equal a slot, so that means there's only one thing, which is paste equal sign 40. Set immunity effects. Okay. So that does kind of imply that there are multiple 40, 48, 108, 303. Use the nanobot medical kit and their wounds have started mending. Health per hour modifier. It lasts for 6 hours. It heals you quite rapidly. Chance of next is 100%. Next is 0. Okay. Stackable, no. Display, yes. Color, 2. Reset timer. Transfer range. So, set immunity equals 40. What's the bet that it's effect 40? Cholera. What's the bet that 108 is a... What the fuck is set waypoint? Okay. Using tarp shelter. Okay, so no. I'm gonna say that 108 is probably not. Okay. So you're immune to 159 and 143, which is... So you're a mechanical creature. You're immune to 18. Huh. So wait, what is 48? Strained back. Okay, so I'm gonna go with the assumption that you can you're only immune while you have the effect. Hence, he can give you like immunity to strained back. So you're immune to 140, 159. Tripped. Fair enough. It's a helicopter. Okay. So, I mean, we can pretty easily add that, I'm pretty sure. So the way that would work is we would effectively say, I'm curious if there's multiple effects. If it's, I guess it has to be, because we're already having a vector of effects. So that means that we need to say something like, maybe up here, but like pub, enum effect. So what is our effect so far? Something about wounding. Armor and wounding or something. I don't fucking know. I also like that somehow we managed to hit the slot thing before we hit the assertion. So you have wound armor, which is then going to have a like a body slot. If we can do. So it's going to be like slot, body slot. Mitigation, F32, and chance. Right. So then we're gonna have like set immunity, which is then just gonna be like just a vector of the. So the idea is that that would be a set of immunities, I guess. Maybe. Effects and modifiers. Okay. So looking at what it piped out, I think, is that it's going to split the semicolons. Like, the set immunity still have the semicolons? Because then what I could do is I could just say, hey, split the semicolons and then parse the thing and you'll get the effect back. So we go back to like here and go like conditions. We go something like set immunity. All right, so setting immunity does that. What about the other? Is it set? Yeah. Chain conditions. Oh, that's scary. What the fuck is negative 162? Well, I guess we set immunity 100 and, I don't know. What is this? Black rot. So you set immune to 262. The Black Rot 2 also sets you immune to 262. But what the hell, Black Rot 3 is also immune to 620. But I want to know what 620 is. Okay, wearing a respirator makes you immune to 620 as well, so... Interesting. I don't know what this chain is. So you're saying that, like, the Black Rot means that you must start at 162. And then next is 173? Sorry, 173. So the negative is the okay, so Black Rot 2. What? Okay. So it appears that you get like a whole bunch of different things. So chain condition. I also like that you seem to be able to be made immune to the previous versions of the fucking... Anyway, it's such a weird way of going about it. Anyway. So they do appear... well, actually, that was what I was supposed to be checking. Honestly, did not check at all. Yes, okay, so they are separated by semicolons to say, like, hey, these are different things. So we go here and we go, hey, so effects. We need like impl effect. And then be like fn from stir, which then says like dara, which is then like stir. And then you return an effect. We'll just crash if it doesn't work. Which is to say, something like let id comma data equal data.split once at the equal sign. Dot expect effect must has name equals data. Right. So then we like match ID. And then you're going to say something like armor wound and do that. And then you're going to go also something like set their immunity and do that. Otherwise, you're going to say unknown, which is going to say ePrint line unknown effect. Yeah, fuck you. Rest. Okay, so I guess we just go unknown. Because the idea is that it should do the same thing, where it's going to say effect unknown. It'll print into the console the things that I need to work on. So you're pretty easy, because once we've split you off, we can just say we just do the same thing we did down here, or effect. So basically, we just take you and we take all this and we say, hey, if effect's empty, otherwise we call effect promster effect. Right, which means that we now have to go back to effects here and say that effects actually takes in an effect. Right. So we're obviously going to be missing like a couple of things, because, you know, I already know there's a couple of things I'm missing. But anyway, we paste this in here and we say, hey, V is rest split. Then we don't have to worry about this bit, because we should have already split that bit off. So this would be v dot next dot expect effect slot. Right. So you do that, and do that, and then you get to here, and then you say effect armor wound, so slot mitigation chance. Right. So then, for some reason, okay, cool. So set immunity is going to be also pretty easy, because I'm pretty sure set immunity from our conditions. Set immunity is just it's just a CSV of numbers. So we're going to say let for effect in data dot, well, I guess it's called like rest, isn't it? Rest dot split comma, sorry, comma, immune equals the vector, like so, and then we say let ID equals effect dot parse u32 dot expect parse immune ID, and then immune dot dot push ID. Then you return effect set immune. Sorry, no semicolon. Right. So you do that, and then right, we don't actually need to know the type, because you spit out data. Right. Cool. So when I run this, oh, it sped out a whole bunch of other things and then it panicked on something. Unknown effect. Remove trait. Add skill. Oh god. Alright. Well, this is interesting. Wait, what? What the fuck is woodcut? Wound cut. Sustained minor cuts. Excuse me, what? Alright. Mortality. That's a hell of a fucking modifier. I have a feeling a lot of these don't get used in the game. Maybe they do, but like it just feels odd that some of these things exist. Like you can have individual wounds. Why is there a modifier called wounds? Like maybe it adds a little flavor to the world, but like it seems a little odd that you can have individually injured pieces like limbs, like you can have individual cuts and whatnot, and then it's like, oh yeah, but also like there's a modifier. Maybe the modifier is like if you have any wounds, then you get the modifier, but the modifier literally does nothing but set your wounds. So yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of these move costs. They can go away. Pain left. Lots of pain left. Crippled. Another crippled. A couple of knocked downs. Like a lot of mortalities. Pain left again. Modifier money. Okay. Lose all items. Lose random items. Blood left, get distracted. Pain left. There's lots of these pain lefts. Okay. So go to the pain left, go to the pain left. Look at these pain lefts that still exist. Alright. Pain left. Pain left. Wait, don't get rid of all of them. I'll do that. I'm gonna take this. And put you wherever you go. Up here. So pain left. Cool. Just gonna grab all of these. And I'm just gonna go end. Copy all of these. Paste them all here. Alright, so 2 of those are duplicates, which means we get rid of those. Then we go here, we go back, 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 back. Back, 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 back. Alright. Won't. Alright, so that turns up multiple times. I just need to do this again. Be like end. Copy all this. Head up here. Be very confused about like why exactly. Alright, so have to get rid of. So these ones are red, which means they're duplicates. Right. Then these ones are yellow, which means that they have modified like or invalid naming things, which is just more that they have stuff in them. Right. So I'm assuming knocked down by the fact that it's blue means that it's been found somewhere. Okay, so sleep debt turns up multiple times, so we're going to get rid of all the sleep debts. This says a bunch of unknown effects, which is fun. Lose random item. There's multiple lose random items. Just going to get rid of lose random items. So I guess we can core temperature. Okay, so core temperature turns up a whole bunch of times again. I'm assuming once the compiler stops having issues with the names, it would start telling me that they're unreachable because they're duplicates, but because of the naming issues. So you're a duplicate, you're a duplicate, you're a duplicate. It's fun. So it's still possible for me to accidentally add duplicates because of the fact that, like, because I'm renaming them as it goes. As you say, pane left turned up multiple times because it was up somewhere earlier and it was allowed to be pasted without being a duplicate because it had a modified name. But anyway, mortality. Then we come down here. And we, okay, so there's only like U left. Money paste. Get diagnostics. Right, and then it's going to tell me that these ones, like change range, disinfect, pain left, blood left, threat, pain left, pain left. All of these can go there. Okay. These are apparently also duplicates. There are a lot of modifiers in this game. Alright, we panicked again. We have a lot of unknown things. And then apply cut damage. Why are these modifiers? Okay. Surely these should be effects, not modifiers, but anyway. That's the wrong combination of keys. End control, copy. Paste this in like that. Like, okay. So it's crashing on something, which is fine by me, to be honest. Right, so that's the rest of my diagnostics. So I don't know what chain condition does, but anyway. So that's all the modifiers out of the way. Right, so this chain condition, which is a vector of I32, because they can be negative and positive, and then there's, okay, so there's a remove trait. Now, the fact that it's got these decimal places makes me go, it's probably the same idea of being like remove skill, remove trait. So 96.6. Adult traits are items. But it makes me go like that they're adding the skills, that they're probably not a float, but instead a U32, U32. There's remove trait. Remove skill, which is a U32, U32. And then there's add skill, which again is a U32, U32. And then there's a remove skill, add skill, add skill. I don't see one that's like add modifier. Maybe there's an add trait. I don't see it. Alright, so you come down here and we were like, bah, 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 bah. No, it's up here. My bad. So effect from string, So we go, hey, this is arm1, is this, is this. Means that we need to go, so add skill. Remove trait. And also remove skill. Now, is there a difference between a trait and a skill to be able to remove and add them differently? I don't fucking know, because from what I understand, they would be the same. They would just have a different number. But anyway. Right. So, and also chain condition. Still very unclear about what the fuck chaining condition would mean, but anyway. I'm only confused about what it does in the sense that, like, why does it need to be able to walk the chain backwards? I assume that chaining conditions means that they can get better and worse, and therefore there's a whole, like, for, so it's like, oh, negative 206, negative 162 is implying that it's a negative, it's a previous step, and then it's positive, it's a future step. But hence, the idea is like it only ever shows you the next step. It doesn't show you every step, but it shows you all previous steps. So it's very weird. Anyway, data dot split on commas, and then we say let ID equals ID dot parse I32 dot expect parse chain condition ID, and then let that happen, and then be like chain dot ID. So, and then we return effect chain condition chain. Right. So I guess let, okay, so let v equal rest dot split dot split. So I guess we can say group ID, I guess equals, and then we're gonna split once. Split once dot expect skill to be g group dot ID. Alright, and then we're gonna say like let g equals a group dot parse g32 dot expect parse skill group. Let ID equal ID dot parse g32 dot expect parse skill ID. Then you return effect add skill g ID. Okay, no semicolon. So then you're just exactly the same, and you're exactly the same except that you're remove trait and remove skill. I guess I can go tweak this and say, hey, trait. Skill. Okay. So that should remove all of those. Those, I think I added that already. Failed to parse an integer. When did you fail to parse an integer? Yeah, chain condition. If id dot is empty, can it continue? Is it because it somehow got an empty ID? Probably. Oh, something's still getting an invalid digit. Okay, I'm assuming it needs to be trimmed, but I can't do it with you. Okay, what is your problem? Can you e-print? Sure. Oh, what? On that. Excuse me? Oh, we're probably not supposed to be passing on data. Oh, no, it's really rest. That would explain why it keeps getting stuck there. Okay, so run this. Okay, so the only one is unknown effect add skill. Because they fucked that up somehow. Let's try that again. They're still panicking on something. But it's something new now. Okay, what the fuck are you panicking on though? Invalid. Okay. So it doesn't like this for some reason. My assumption is because it doesn't have a float. It doesn't have a decimal point, so it's going, hey, no, you can't pass a float that doesn't have a decimal point. But that or it's getting some kind of erroneous data. So it doesn't mind having zeros. Oh! Wait, what? Alright. So, first off, it's parsing a whole bunch of them. But like it's somehow getting one that's got like 2. A 1 and a 0.5. Why do I keep pasting into there? Dumb. Conditions. Has sharp object impaled in wound. There is a V chance next of 1 and 5%. Now, my assumption is that there's a 100% chance on the next tick that you're going to get 417, which is itself, and a 5% chance that you're going to get the other one. Bumped sharp object inside of wound. Wrenched a sharp object inside their wound. So there's a 100% chance that the sharp object stays, and a 5% chance. Okay. Hmm. I wonder if there's literally any others like that. Okay. So so chance next. So basically all we need to do, I guess, is work out so next chance we might need to be like enum. Next chance, and it's all just step 32, and then specific, which is then a vector of f32, and then like next chance just becomes next chance. Excuse me, like derive default. Like that. Alright, the answer is fuck you. Alright, 0% chance that you're gonna fucking roll on to the next thing. Then we come down to here and it goes, oh, you're setting next chance to next. Okay, so we're gonna say if next chance no, if data that contains a semicolon else right. Then we need to say for next in actually I've got a lazier way of doing it, saying let next equal we'll just add a none variant too. So if sorry, can we do like the default? So my thinking with having none is that we can have default set to none, and then we can say we can just say like item next chance and do something like dot add next. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just say cut that and be like for next in data dot split comma fuck you. So for next in data dot split comma right. So then you say let next, and you see like next parse that, and then you'd say item dot next chance dot add next. Right, do that, and then we need to like go implement next chance just to do some dumb shit with it. There's next chance. We're gonna go impl next chance fn add add, which takes in a mute self, and then chance, which is an F32. And then we just say match self. Do that. And yeah, okay. So if you're none, then self equals next chance all chance. If you're all old, then your self equals next chance specific vec old chance. And then if you're not that, then your self dot, where's this? I guess it's just items and items dot push chance. So basically, when we add a new chance to the next chance, if we haven't got any chance set, it'll set them all to being that chance. If we have all set, means that we're basically setting it a second time, which means we go, oh, actually, it must be specific. So we put old as the first value and then the new value as the current value. And then we go, oh, well, we're already specific. So we're just going to add each additional item to the end of the list. So just like a lazy way of being like, if I add none, you're none. If I add one, you're one. If I add more than one, then you're a list. Ooh, look, we have a handful of use GPS and more fucking modifiers. How many modifiers are there in this fucking game? What do they even do? What do you mean? Why is there a scatter miss? Oh, fuck. I feel like this is story related, but still, it's what are these modifiers even going to fucking do? Where do these modifiers even come from? I mean, I can look it up, I guess, and like go in here and be like, fucking conditions, and be like, well, fucking conditions is use GPS 4. Use a GPS app is a modifier of 4. Doesn't even make sense. It's a permanent modifier. So it's like a way that, like, if you use the GPS app, it must uncover something. Maybe it unveils the entire map because you used a GPS fucking app. I'm gonna look it up what the fuck that does, because like it's a permanent modifier, which means it does something and then it doesn't do anything. Use GPS app. GPS software. Okay. The file contained GPS software, short for global allows the player to use the GPS system when placed in appropriate electronic devices. It can be used to find urbanized scavengeable hexagons. There are 2 types of GPS software, one compatible with a smartphone, green, and one designed to be used on the IceLab tablet, violet. Each has the same functionality, but will only work on their recommended device. Additionally, the GPS software on a smartphone spends 5 charges per hour, 5 per use, 1 per use. While tablet version spends 10 charges per hour, 2 per use. Loading. To load software into the GPS onto the smartphone or tablet, hold the device in your hand. You must turn it on and unlock it. Use and the memory stick in the other hand, and the software can be picked up from the storage of this memory stick and placed inside the storage of the smartphone. Like, this is fucking like specific functionality. Could reveal nearby hexagons, unsure of specific meaning. What do you mean? It's got these like things, like they're underlined as if you can click them, but you can't actually click them, which is kind of funny. They're just literally underlined to text, but they are very much not true. So, oh yeah, could reveal nearby hexagons, unsure of specific meaning. And then it says spawn new scavenge sites nearby, which I fucking highly doubt that it modifies the actual map, because that would be weird if the GPS spawns shit where you've already been. And then reveals creatures carrying GPSs nearby, which, again, no. What? What? Oh, what was the other one? It was like scatter missile. Scatter missile. Scatter missile for a missed shot. It's a permanent effect. Already took the car sleeping bag. The sleeping bag from the car was taken. Okay. There's not even a permanent effect. Is this story related, by the way? Well, no, it's story related. It's like you can like trigger an event where it gives you a sleeping bag where it's like, oh, you found a car and it had a sleeping bag in it. And it's like, okay, so obviously you get this modifier when you do that. So that I guess you can't find the same car again. But it's very bizarre that it's like, oh no, actually, but like this isn't even a permanent effect. But it's like this one, oh yeah, you see fucking the missile missed. That's permanent. It can't hit you again. It missed. It makes me think that this might trigger hacking with laptop. Is using a laptop to start hacking. Field name, trigger encounter. 1080. Why is this not an effect? Why is it? I feel like they changed halfway through how this works because some of these effects feel like some of these modifiers feel like they should be effects. Where's the encounter? 1880. Encounter laptop hacking result.png. Have a nice day. Thank you, computer. It says our resources greater than or equal to 1880 times 1 times 0 times 0 times 0. Responses. Okay, so 1880. Oh, I guess this is minus. No, it's an equal signs. I was looking at it going like, oh, it's greater than or equal to, but no, it's not. It's that this has a closing parentheses and this has an equal sign. 1880 is obviously an item of some description, and then a 1 and a 0 and a 0 and 0. Remove treasure ID 3. Conditions 1. Encounters. This isn't even the right counter. This is the success screen, I guess. Destination device unlocked. Have a nice day. So, remove treasure number 3. Responses. I'm assuming that means it's going to take me to this response. Encounter. Use computer. Welcome to the. Please choose a device you'd like software. Oh my god, it does weird shit, doesn't it? So it's saying that 35.1 by 1 equals 185. So that's obviously what it's going to take me, which is 185. Hack locked laptop. Yeah. Tablet cracking software. So that's obviously what that was. See, so this is 135 by 1 equals. So my assumption is if you have this item, which is probably like the tablet, it will take you to this event by 1 by half by 0. This one's 90. Weird. It's just a strange way of fucking doing it. Minimap hexes. Remove breaches. Remove used. Item ID. Items ID 92. Okay. Anyway, are you done? Oh wait, that's right. I was getting distracted by the fact that use GPS is a modifier and not an effect. So I don't know what that does. It sets it to 4. My assumption is that maybe it reveals 4 tiles for every used GPS that's available or something like that. Something empty. Okay. If next dot is empty, continue. Okay. Run that for me. Oh, look, a new effect. Change faction rep. Question. How do I know what faction? Day spawn equals 0. Okay, I would like to know. Sorry. Not encounter, conditions. Drop faction rep 5 pair. Drops faction rep with the current pairs target 5 notices. Notches. Yeah. But what faction? Stop fighting. Stop fighting target. Okay. Okay, right. So pair is obviously a faction. Drop use faction rep to them. Okay. Drop -1 from players rep with all local looter characters. Add faction rep looters. Drop faction rep looters. DMC. The ATO. Increase faction rep towards player. +4. Add 4 to creature's opinion of player. Okay. Trigger return to Hatter Suite. Is returning to Hatter for all suite. Trigger encounter, trigger encounter, trigger encounter, trigger encounter. Permanent. This also has to resolve in some kind of weird order, otherwise he's going to only end up here. That or they have some kind of flag on them. Well, these are encounters, sorry. Got to go to the encounters. It is kind of funny that because the numbers have got so big, the odds of it being like a different number is also like pretty low. This is going to be really hard to decipher because I mean, this is clearly the item. It shouldn't be that hard to work out. Buy 1, which I'm assuming is like little icons that appear like when I interact with something. Can I do that? Like if I open up scavenge, like it's going to be this. That's what that's going to be. Like there's not a doubt in my mind that that's what this first part is. Is that it's like 44.0 times 1 is saying like that is the item that'll appear. This is just an inventory, as you can see. And then that will trigger this encounter. Now, my confusion is that it's triggering it with like these conditions would be my assumption. So it's this encounter with a 1-0-0-0. They all seem to fire with 0-0-0. This is encounter 1 by 1-1-1-1-1. Leave. Haha, this is a fucking 1. Okay. On second thought, maybe you don't have anything to discuss right now. That leave is just the option here. Stop scavenging. Alright, we can find that. Stop scavenging. It's ID 41. String image encounter black.png. Treasure ID. Stir image. Ink blank. PNG. Remove treasure ID 3. A conditions 1. What the fuck is conditions 1? Conditions 1. It's just a blank condition, okay. Strange. Where was it in the encounter? Stop scavenging. You decide to not try scavenging now and kind of blank. Response is 1 by 1 by 1. You decide to not try and scavenge now. Minimap Hexagon, remove characters, item ID 3, character ID Hexagon. PT editor. Okay, so PT is obviously point. N type. Loot chance. 0. Accident chance is also 0. Creature chance 0. Actions 1. Loot 3. I honestly have no fucking idea what that means. Okay, this is getting a bit dumb. Alright, so okay, wait a second. I just realized there's change faction rep, right? So we get factions. Where is it? So we're in conditions. Change faction rep. What's the bet that when I go and cycle through all the change factions? So this one's pair, looter. So looter says 2. Looter. And then DMC's 10. And ANT, and then increase faction rep toward player. So unclear pair. I don't know who pair is, but anyway. It definitely appears, invalid digit, that the reputation can have either 1 or 2 values. So that's interesting. So change faction rep. So I guess we're gonna like something like I guess we can do this and be like enum faction pair. I don't know who that is. Anyway, so we're gonna derive default of this, and we say that this is the default value. Like that. So it's pair, right? And then you are like this, and you say faction and I32, like that. So we change the faction by that amount. So I don't know who 0 is. I don't know who 0 is. I don't know who 1 is. So 2 is looter equals 2. DMC equals 10 and ATR equals 11. Right. If I go back to my conditions, if I find one that's at 11, it's ATN. ATN, yeah. And that's the only other one that's left, right? So it's 0. I guess 0 is player. That would make pair 1. I don't know what pair is, but pair is 1 apparently. Adds 4 to creature's opinion of player. Okay. Fair enough. So player equals 0. The only one that's ATN. So simple faction from ID. ID was U32, and this is going to return a faction. So 0 returns faction player. Everything else returns faction pair. So then 2 returns faction looter. 10 returns faction DMC. 11 returns faction ATN. Okay. I assume there's other factions, but I can't imagine how I would end up finding them. Anyway. So we need to work out the somewhere we process effect. Yep. Okay. So we go here and we say, okay, so one of the things you can do is change faction rep. Right. So one thing we have to do is we have to say if rest dot contains a comma. Well, I guess you just do this. You say if let sum faction comma change equals rest dot split once a comma. So that would mean that if it doesn't split, change equals rest dot parse U32 dot expect parse pair rep. And then you would return effect change faction rep faction pair change. I like that. It's an I32, isn't it? Yeah, sure, you can go away. Just parse that into. So you just work like that, and you work like that. We're like let change, and then we're gonna say faction from ID faction. Be like that. Then we got like faction dot parse dot expect parse faction ID. All right. Something's failed. Right. You've got to just drop that through the bottom. Thank you. Expected. No method named expect or. I think that's a pretty good sign that I'm getting too tired. Change. So. Where did it crash? It field name. Invalid digit. Okay, well, apparently I've got to do that before I change anything, because if I don't, then it's going to just point me to. Okay. So there's despawn. I don't know if that's going to matter. We have to go, I guess, and check the conditions. Be like, hey, despawn. Is despawning. The fuck does that mean? Okay, so there is actually a different force despawn. No matter what. God, I love their sense of humor in that, like, nobody should be seeing this, and they're like, oh no, but like we're gonna say, oh, okay. Okay, so that translates to, I guess, a boolean. Not sure. We go here. Okay, so there's despawn and then like bool. We go down here. We go, okay, so despawn is the string. We go end and then like equals this, and then we say effect despawn, and then it's rest dot contains 1. Cool. Okay, at this point I don't know what the fuck's going on. So it's still crashing. Oh, we are still finding more fucking weird ass fucking shit. Empty ground slot fucking what? They are definitely using modifiers in a way that they really shouldn't be using modifiers. This is not how you use modifiers, by the way. You don't modify things and be like, oh yeah, there's an empty spot on the ground. Reset, like no. These are not modifiers in any way whatsoever. But anyway. I feel like this part this is either that they were doing it one way and then they changed their mind and that's why effects exist now, and like because a lot of these should just be effects like reset spotted. It's a like effect. But I'm also wondering if this is how they made it model, is that like everything is just done through a thing. It's like, oh, if you set this variable, it just does a thing. Like you can declare it. Okay. Right. So something's still crashing because something's got an invalid digit, which is apparently you. Okay. Let's run you again and see, like, what is this invalid digit that you supposedly have? You spit a lot of zeros out. Right. So apparently the negative sign is invalid. Wait, what? How are you even getting a negative sign? Wait, what? Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay. I mean, fair enough. So it appears that what it's saying is a negative number will actually remove said. Okay. So, like, chewed beer root, and then there's a 50% chance it'll remove whatever 200, whatever 198 is. A 25% chance it'll remove the next tier, which is 299. So you'll either you've got a 50% chance of removing a pneumonia, 25% chance of removing pneumonia number 2. Okay. I'm not coughing. Why does my visibility go down though? Developed a cough. I'm assuming it's actually my visibility goes up, but anyway. Anyway. We must be getting close. So I wasn't expecting one of those numbers to be able to be negative. That's a bit weird. I mean, it kind of does make sense in a like a general like the way that you'd probably use that modifier is be like, oh, next is it like this can add or remove modifiers. I just wasn't expecting it. A bit weird. Yay, okay, crash on something though. Hey, transfer range. Okay. Okay, so I'm thinking transfer range. We say contagious. And then like put in a range. So we go like flags. We go like flag is contagious. Contagious. Fine. Transfer range. Right, so the transfer range, and this is going to be, I guess a U8. And we just come down here and we go, okay, so let range equal data.parse i32.expect parse transfer range. And then we're going to say if range greater than 0 item dot flags dot push flag transfer range as wait. Thank you. We have to find the other one so it stops printing into the console. Thank you. Right. So we hit that with a run and go. I don't know what it's going to do with all this fucking data. Oh my god, more fucking modifiers. No, these are effects. Okay. Add item ground. Sure. Change global faction rep. 1, 200, 1. Pass time 24-0. Set waypoint. Set waypoint. Set player condition. What? Confiscate? What? Okay, add item to ground. Gather water from river. So, does that mean the item 150 is water? Maybe? Maybe not. Gather water from marsh. Gather water from lake. No, these have got to be like loot tables somehow. I don't understand why this gets sets of 0, but anyway. Because what I'm thinking is that it's probably not items. Sorry, is that 150? So I don't think it's 150 because this is a cardboard box, which makes it more likely that it's going to be a treasure table. 150, right? Which is river resource loot. There's a 90, so 98.1, 98.2, 98.2, 98. This is obviously an ore. So it's 3 of these, or 3 of these, and 3 of these, or 3 of these. there's 100% chance. There's a 65% chance. So there's a, I'm assuming the one, there's only something you can work out here. So there's a 30% chance of the 0.2. The 0.2 is 100% chance of the 65% chance of the 0.2. Okay. So I'm guessing if we go back to the item, item types, maybe 98. Oh, item type 98. So 98.1 is water, and 98.2 is going to be contaminated water, isn't it? There's 98.0. So we want to look for something that's like, it reads like this. So we want to change that to a 2. Infected. Yeah, so wait a second. So 98 is water. Item 98, like that, so it only finds those ones. So this is sterilized water. Treasure ID. Crude bow. Okay. I still don't know what the treasure ID is anyway. So this is sterilized water, which is D81. Wait. So it's not 70, sorry. We want to like look for this because then we only find item groups. Oh, so this is saying that there's like cornucola. It's like 10 liquids in the game. So wait, item type. Liquid. Water. Sterilized water. Okay. Then we have water, and then we have infected water. Bladder fluid. Excuse me. Wait. You're telling me there's lighter fluid in the game? I'm getting sidetracked now. I'm getting tired. I probably shouldn't give up for tonight. Wait, what? How have I never seen this in the game? Maybe you just can't, but you know. That or it's got like a very specific, like maybe it's a quest related item. Anyway, 98. So then there's cola. Okay. Then there's tea. The whiskey. Blood. So wait a second, because so we're in item types means that this stir name liquid, right? So what are the odds that I can go to the top of the file? This is just stir name bag, right? Can you close that, reopen it? Okay. So bag. So group ID 5 is bag. 11 is bottle. Branch. And you can. Clothes. Okay, their item group change. So I guess what we want to know is like, is it item group 5? Like, how consistently can I like go, hey, these all bags? 5. So you're a bag. You're a bag. You're a bag. You're a bag. So this is like a weird combination-y thing of like, this describes the item, and this is item number 479. but it's part of group 5, and for some reason group 5 is called bag. So instead of just saying it was part of group 5, it said it's 5, group 5, it's item 4 in group 5, and that group's called bag. It's interesting. And now I'm way more interested. A scrap of foil. Wait, are you telling me that this has like a unique item group then? Because like there's no way that a scrap of foil isn't. Okay, so no, the name doesn't actually mean that. It's just by coincidence, small parts, medium parts, large parts. So the group is somehow grouped together. Okay. A scrap of paper. The 86 is clearly like junk. Sprite list means that if you equip whatever this is, medium parts, creature, item, broken bottle. Okay. No, so that is the group's name because it's saying the description is a scrap of paper and it's a scrap of paper. But if I go here, it's like it's small parts and it's plastic shard. Very confusing. Medium parts, yellow cylinder. Alt description. High energy capacitor. Yes. Condition ID. 216. So I'm going to guess the 216 because I'm guessing cond ID is what it requires to unlock the alternate description. Skilled electrician. Yep. Should really be noting this shit down somewhere. Threshold. 3 equals. Alright. I'm gonna call the stream soon. I'm just curious about like what the hell's going on at the moment. So threshold 3 equals 362. So let me guess, stacks is probably turned on. No, it's not stackable. It does display on game over. It's not contagious. Whatever it is. Answered Ginny questions. Question. Answered one of Ginny's questions correctly. Okay. Threshold 3, but it doesn't stack. What? Excuse me. So, I'm confused because it says it specifically says that it's not stackable, but like it must be stackable because how could you have a threshold of 3? So it's saying that when it gets to this, it turns into this, which is you answered all of the questions correctly. What? This is another one of those, I feel like they did something. Right, like where they've specifically like added it for no other reason than this one particular case where it checks it. And it's got like, it conflicts with a whole bunch of things. Like it's not stackable. So it's not like it can be checking for 3. It must be like adding 3. But obviously you can have 3 copies of it because what the fuck was I supposed to be counting? Okay. Like, yeah, what the fuck else would I be counting? Alright, okay, so we're gonna go back into here. I'm just gonna go, let's work on threshold for a second, because it seems like it's pretty easy to fucking do. So we're gonna say for, I assume it's, like, I don't know. Let, something like count, comma, next equals data.split once, and then we're gonna split on the equals sign. I'm assuming I need to do some kind of semicolon thing and expect to have EQ. Can I do that? God, I'm getting tired. Okay, so then we need to say something like let count equal count dot parse. I'm gonna say usize. U32 dot expect to parse. Okay. Now I actually am gonna say the other one's probably let next equal next dot parse. I reckon this could be an I32 because expect parse next ID. Because we need to go to fucking condition. We all like, they call like threshold or something. U32, I32. Something like that. I'm just gonna get it to print out like something into the console. And be like, okay, so we think like item dot threshold equals count comma next. Can we also like print line something like that, and then it's the count next. I suspect it's going to be negative because it can be like, oh, if you get more than this amount, and next. You can remove a trait as well. Like if you could stack a condition up to a certain level, it would be removed, which would be interesting. Like conceptually be interesting. So that should actually be the only one left because the only other one after that is other, and other is like would imply that I've missed something somehow. Like it's got a like field that it's not supposed to have. Okay, so we still panicked and it said, "Hey, threshold doesn't have a 0." Oh, sorry. Yeah. If data dot contains I guess you can do that then. Yeah. All right. If it contains an equal sign, that would let me search. I'm just curious because I have a feeling like, yeah. That's it. There's one condition in the entire game. Clean and dress. Okay. I would like to get the last of the modifiers done. The answer is fuck you. Clean and dress. Modifier. Yeah, it's never used. I get it. Clean and dress. So there's effects, and then there's battle range. Battle range. Okay, I'm going fucking insane. It's great. Great. Okay, battle range. So unknown effect. Confiscate. I wonder what the confiscate does. There is literally one threshold in the entire fucking thing, and it does nothing. I am curious what parsing time does. I'm so curious what half of these fucking things do because they don't make any goddamn sense. Conditions. Conditions. Paste this. Confiscate. Confiscate vehicles. Confiscate 10701. All of vehicles have been confiscated. Okay. Receive eye surgery. Remove trait myopic. Block from entering Grayling. Use temporary block from entering Grayling. Trigger last chance canteen encounter. Trigger encounter. Okay, strange. So confiscate. So there's like 7 instances of confiscate. Confiscate. Okay, so it's still crashing. Weird. So there's confiscate all items. Confiscate 98. Unconfiscate all items. Confiscate 0. Fair enough. So maybe this bit is giving it back because I can't think of 0. Anyway. So confiscate Zom items. So this has obviously got its own set of items at 99. So that being 0 and still keeping them confiscated. Yeah, I don't know what the last number's going to be, but anyway. So there's confiscate vehicles. Confiscate all items, which is 98 again. Unconfiscate. Right. The one. Unconfiscate. So setting that to 1 seems to undo. Confiscate. So stupid. Anyway. So there's only 4 of them because that's why there's 7. Yeah. Okay, so add items to ground, which is like all the water items, and probably one of these is the trees. Change global faction rep. Marathi's army. To all current and future Maratha's army. Okay. It's 4 times it changes. Add global faction rep 200 dogmen. Add 200 player rep to all current and future dogman creatures. What? What the hell trick is that? Makes the dogman love you. Okay. Add global faction rep. So, well, we know some more things. For example, we know that 1 is equal to the dogman. So can we go back to factions? That or the something's different anyway. So go in here, my factions, please. Where did I put my pile of factions? Factions. So faction 1. This is the faction dogman. We're gonna add this. All right, so I'm gonna put you at the bottom because apparently. So dogman equals 1. Right. And then blue frog equals 4. God, I'm getting tired. Where was the encounter? So global rep. So this says so 1, 201. I don't know what the extra 1 is, but anyway. All right, so obviously we know which is which in the sense that like it's 1 fucking 401. Okay, so add global faction rep 4 blue frog. Yes, okay. I'm still unclear about why the dogmen are their own faction. This has a duration of 1, which is very strange. Is wearing legendary dogman moons. Okay. I have to look up to see if like this triggers something else, like somehow like there's some way of triggering this, because I feel like this is one of those something happens and then all the dogmen leave. But like that's why it's only got a duration of 1. It's like something happens and they leave, and then you lose the fucking rep. Because this has a duration of 1 turn, and it resets the timer. This doesn't have a duration of. This has no duration. It's very strange. And then there's this add global faction reputation Blue Frog 100. Add player rep to all current and future Blue Frogs by 100. Okay. And then faction 13 is Martha Army. I don't even know half this shit in like. I haven't played the game to know enough about the lore to be like, oh yeah. I don't even remember what number that was. Anyway, Martha's Army. Martha Army, and that is equal to something. One of these set global reps is not 4. Apparently we haven't made it that far yet. That's interesting. Condition, it's 13. 13. Alright, so then we say faction Dogman. So faction 4 is faction Blue Frog, and then faction 13 is faction. Interesting. Conditions. So there are only 4 times that it changes the global rep anyway, so it's interesting. Change global faction rep, can't be bothered. Confiscate, can't be bothered. Set waypoint. I'm curious what sets waypoint. Okay, start from the top. So this is adding water to the ground, which is cool, whatever. Effect. Past time. Past 24 hours. Past 24 hours of in-game time. That feels like a debug tool. Not gonna lie. Let's just have a little squiz and be like, hey, what can fucking trigger this? I actually don't even want that. That's it. Nothing can trigger this. Interesting. Okay. So that must just be a debug tool then. Set waypoint. Set waypoint Clearbone and say he's heading towards Clearbone Valley. Always spoke to King. What are you? What? I'm very confused. Wait, what? So it says Clearbone Valley is a location that can be encountered only after hacking into King Eli's smartphone, which may be carried by Queen Liz. If Eli died at the mental institution and accessing the address info, it is 6 tiles east and 5 tiles south from the mental institute. Philip must wear a hospital gown and a blue frog sash, and be in good standing with the Sagnu to meet the king. To meet King Eli's family, his wife Samantha, and his teenage children Aaron and Paul. They will realize that Philip's appearance means Eli is gone, though it is possible to simply loot his phone from. Though it is possible to simply loot his phone from Eli or Liz and not kill either one, Philip can then ask Samantha about one of the 4 possible topics: Eli and the cure for the blue rot, Samantha, her children, and the blue frogs. Asking about Eli's reveals that one that he only saw his family once or twice a month, and for only a day or two at a time. They are under the impression his work was that of medicine courier, asking about its methods lead her to describe how she met once might become suspicious after the events of that day. Asking about her children, has her say that Eli would be right, but she worried about Paul. Apparently, something between him and her was left unresolved. Asking about the blue flag reveals that Eli has kept her completely in the dark about them, choosing any action other than leaving these to being in. He can talk to Aaron Paul before descending stairs to the basement, having the key fob will unlock the door to campsite, feel both blue rot and its cure. Philip cannot meet Eli's family if Eli gets there before he does, and as Eli's family will not appear once King Eli gets to Clearbone Valley. What? What? Okay. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I don't remember what I was doing. Right, I was just looking at what the other things do. So there's like set waypoint, and so that's like Clearbone Valley, which apparently is just like a. Obviously, it's not a thing that the player gets. They must be like attached to the character that the player is attached, like that the player's supposed to be beating. Clearbone Valley and spawn loot. Set waypoint towards DMC. Set waypoint near DMC gate. Set waypoint towards Edgenal. Okay. As I was doing, waypoint, configure global faction reputation, configuration. So where did it actually crash? Where is it getting stuck? Okay, so we have to be like, when you get to here, can you like print line? Okay, so data. Alright. I just wanted to be able to run everything. I don't care if it's still missing things. Just make it to the end. Alright, so apparently there's transmission ranges of -1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Unknown effect, cascade, thresholds. What? Oh wait, there's another threshold. Print line. I'm very confused because that implies that it wasn't where it said it was that it was crashing. No. So you're saying that failed, but for that to have failed, that implies that it actually was right, which makes even less sense because of a threat. How can you have a threshold of a negative value? That implies the threshold is measuring something other than the fucking number of occurrences. It's measuring something else, but how does it know what it's supposed to be measuring? Well, this one says 3, 4, 5. So no, it's just that it, as I suspected, is able to have multiple thresholds. All right. Okay. I was going to write a bit of code that checked for multiple thresholds, but it didn't make sense at the time. You know. What the fuck am I doing? Condition next data. Get next table match name. All right, so when you get to the threshold, right? So we need to say for t in data dot split semicolon. Do everything the same. So we're going to put some data. Then we're going to put all the stuff up here. And then we're just going to say dot push. And Something like that. And then he's going to make threshold a fucking vector. Right. I'm curious what 750 is. Because again, it doesn't make sense in terms of like the trait itself or the condition itself said it wasn't stackable. So received $750. That is not the right thing anyway. Okay, so condition, ADS exposure. Experiencing, so this is probably fucking around in the swamp. So again, color is 3. Transfer range is -1, so you can't transfer this. But it's not stackable. So I don't understand how you're supposed to get this multiple times. But anyway. Yeah. Overexposure warning. May not be able to take much more exposure to the ADS emissions. Quick squeeze and be like ADS. I'm pretty sure that's the swamp. ADS. In terms of law. ADS. No, that's the word ads, not ADS. Active denial system. Okay, it's interesting. So that's saying like there's a little spot, like a military base that you can go to, and it's got like a EMP field thing, like that electrocutes you. So it's saying that like you can trigger that, and then you can trigger that. I don't know how it's supposed to do it because it's like it doesn't modify the modifiers, which means it permanent 1. I also don't understand what the permanent is about. Because agreed to destroy Graylin. Okay. Copied control tower data. Graylin's storage shed destroyed. Right. Where the fuck's the other one? Yeah. So, oh, it's up apparently. It's 744. No, wait. It is slightly below. Oh, it's this is the next one down. Death. Okay. Well, I mean, the fatal flag at least fucking works. Well, one would assume. I don't know. Color. I'm assuming this is red because connotations there. ATE chip. Potato chips. Ate a handful of potato chips. Food debt -1. Thirst went up. Okay. Display other. Reset timer. Color is. So maybe the color is, is not. It is now morning. Player can see again. End turn. Player has moderate hypothermia. Player is thirsty. I feel like that's where the colors are. Anyway. Means air temperature. Sound Graylin fence weakness. Display game over. Reset timer removal. Okay. Very strange. So, erected here. Okay, sorry, wait. Wrong type of vector. Vec. Right. So, that should now work. Yeah. So, threshold. Yeah, I'm still very unclear about how the threshold is supposed to work. Modifier add recipe. Okay, apparently there's lots of these modifiers that add recipe. add recipe. Now, my confusion with the add recipe is that add recipe. Okay, and encounter. First off, like add recipe. Wait a second. How are you even finding this then? It's apparently not in here. Oh no, because it's conditions is what we're running. Add recipe. There we go. Basic recipe 1 knows basic recipes. Add recipe 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16, 18, 19, 21, 20. Okay. That's fun. Okay. So it shouldn't be bitching to me about adding recipes anymore. I feel like a lot of these modifiers I'm going to swap out to being fucking effects when I get around to like actually like modifying the code. Mostly because it doesn't make sense for a modifier to not be permanent. Like if it does a thing, then it's not a modifier, it's just an effect. It's just a little bit weird the way that it goes about it. Wait, did I make it to the end? It did. Effect end game. Okay. I'll look more thresholds. I want to check those out too, because again, it doesn't make sense. It's the only things that can be thresholds are non-stacking. I also don't know what the mortality does, but anyway. What did I just copy? End game. Something's printing -1 all the time, which I think is just the range. Transfer range. Okay. So I would like to look at, I guess, like conditions end game. Triggers end game. Indiana. What the fuck? So effect end game 2198, which reset timer, color is a color. Permanent, yes, but apparently it's not triggering a game over. That's very strange. So let's go with like encounters, because I have a feeling that it would be in encounters. ENC go encounter to the south. You stalk away. Yeah, so this is like you could just end the game. No, it hasn't. Will just be in a dream. You can still you're still setting in the ABV as its payload was suddenly jerked. When a sudden jerk wakes you from the slumber of trauma-induced exhaustion, when you look at the top, all you can see of your former surroundings is a lake. Is a lake of mist far to the north, below the great swamp. to see it spiral from east to west and end of life. The name is the breath. Another crack. Smell burning plastic as it duck into your compartment again. The engine has. The engines are failing, and there's a ragged warning noise coming from repair. The drone is not flying, but the in a controlled fall. The hazard is peaking. Outside, more of its possibility. You know, okay. Huh. Encounter AVA at night. Alright, let's take a look at that. I'm kind of just fucking around at this point. So image and then it'll be like reveal. Oh, okay. I'm gonna call it for tonight. This stream has been going on long enough, and I'm just sort of not doing anything at the moment. We have a lot of the conditions dealt with. At some point, because again, I don't really know what they do, but like a lot of these can probably be changed into like effects and things like that. So like adding recipes and stuff like that, I feel like should be a an effect, not a modifier. It's even more weird because it implies that it must consume the modifier immediately, or like have some kind of like thing watching for whenever it changes. Because if it triggers and then it like sets the value in like because I would assume that the fields, when you modify the name of the field, is what happens. So as you modify the field name of set recipe, surely that would override the previous recipes. But anyway, thank you for tuning in. I will see you next time.